Welcome back to the stream. It is Friday, so we're wrapping up the week and wrapping up the streams for the week, getting some stuff done, hopefully. I've been playing for a little bit. That sounded concerning. I've been playing for a little while already today. I might have to get up for a second to go check on my ferret, because that sounded like a not so... Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check on the ferret in a second. So I'm gonna have to get up and go off stream just for a minute because it sounds like my ferret's getting into something. I'm not sure what. That's not normally a noise that I hear from up there, so that's a little concerning. It's not a dangerous noise, it just sounds like one of his bowls, which means he either ran out of food or ran out of water and is throwing the bowl around. Which means he went through a lot, because I just checked on it last night and he was perfectly fine on food and water. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to go check on that. In a second. And then I will be able to start playing for the day. Let me go sleep, and then I'm gonna get off real quick just to go check that. Togo normally doesn't make pretty much noise, especially not noise that's audible from all the way down here. So I should really go check on that. Yeah, I'll get back to the stream intro in a second. Let me just sleep, and then I'm gonna sit in front of this BRB sign, and I will be right back, because I have to go check on that. I definitely need a better BRB station than just the little sign, but alright, I'm back. Togo's alright. He just ended up somehow running out of water. I guess it must have evaporated or something from the heat overnight, or you just drink a lot overnight. He normally doesn't drink that much. So I had to just go fill that for him. He was taking, so the bowls that he has in his cage are like the little attached to the side of the cage ones that have like a plastic part and then a little metal bowl that goes inside of it. They're very common for small animal bowls, and they work really well for him, because then I can just take them out to take out the metal bowl to clean it and to refill it and stuff, so I don't have to keep taking the whole thing out to clean it. Because we used to use bird bowls for it, like the little hook-on plastic bird bowls, but the problem is those very easily get dirty, and then I have to take the whole things apart to be able to clean them, which sucks. But, yeah, he just ended up emptying it, and he was tossing it around because he wanted more, so I was going up there to check on that. He's alright, though. Not what I meant to do, but that works, I guess. He's been doing pretty good. He just kind of is quiet in his little space for the most part, besides those incidents over every once in a while. Anyways, today I'm supposed to be finishing the garden. I haven't gotten that far yet. I was doing some tasks. Yesterday I just didn't feel like doing a mic because the dog was a little riled up and I wanted to have my show on while I was playing, so I just kind of played on stream but left the audio off for microphone. I am going to do villager trades right now before I get started on doing the rest of the stuff because I haven't done villager trades in quite a while, and I think it would help with getting everything reset for them while I'm because if I trade now then everything will reset over time while I'm busy doing decorations, so then it'll be back to normal by the time we need it again. So that's why we're doing that right now. Let's do this, and Nixie, get out of there. No. No. And let's go grab some extra wood if we have any. Actually, we can use oak wood. I was gonna say let's grab extra wood to use for the trades for sticks, but I can just use the oak wood that we have on us and then replace the oak wood in my inventory on the way back over to decorate. So yeah, I have to finish the follower garden, which I need your guys' input on to finish up. And then I have to start working on decorating the house because I've been putting that off for far too long. But first we're gonna trade off all our stuff so that we have the ability to get some stuff done. We're almost level 50. I don't know what we'll use levels for. We can probably improve some of our tools and make some new tools possibly. I hate when it does that. Let's kill that pig up there, even though we can't trade for pork chops. I probably want another butcher just that trades for pork chops so that we can have that more consistent, because pork chops are the ones that keep having a hard time resetting since we get so much of them. Alright. Yeah, I might want to make another smoker and put it down and get a butcher for pork chops, because that's the one that we usually have extra of in the chest because he's run out of trades while we still have too many. Let's do stick trades. If they have the right trades, I'm gonna check before I start making a bunch of sticks. Yeah, they do. Nixie's currently walking around in circles because she's trying to go after her tags on her collar. She gives herself like a dog double chin trying to go after her collar all the time because she wants to get the tags on her collar and she can't. Okay, we got all that traded. We don't have enough to trade with this guy. I guess we could trade with birch. I don't know why I have a stack of birch wood on me, but I guess I can use it. Today is going to be very interesting as far as my mental state. It's either going to be really good or really awful, and I don't know where it'll land because I just upped both of my meds today. So I'm not sure how that'll go. Hey, welcome back. How are you doing today? Yeah, okay, we got all that traded. Let's go home. 1 second, the dog is after the cat again. I'm doing alright. Besides having to deal with the never-ending mess that is my dog. My meds haven't settled in yet for today, so I don't know how well they'll do of the different dosages. I'm a little anxious about that. Other than that, I'm good. They doubled one of my doses and added a bit to my other dose, so I'm a little interested how that'll go. that depends. We got quite a few more blocks of emeralds, so that's nice. So we need to go finish that follower garden up. Let's go put all this excess stuff away. Oh, we have extra sticks we could have used for trades anyways. Dang, I didn't even realize that. Let's go put all the excess stuff away we don't need, and then we'll deal with taking out these jungle trees and going to deal with the follower garden. I'm glad you're doing alright, though. Emeralds go in here. Nixie, leave her alone. Get off of the cat post. Hey! Oh my lord. Anyways, I keep having to mute Mike today because the dog is really badly after the cat. And she's not supposed to be, and she doesn't tend to listen when I talk nicely, so I have to talk pretty sternly, which is a little loud in the mic, so I try to mute for it. I don't know why I had birchwood on me. Did I need that for something? I hope I didn't need that for something over here, because I just put it away. Let's take the shears back. Nixie, I swear to God. I'm gonna lose my mind with you, dog. Get off of... Get off the cat post. Get up here. Lay down. Lay down. Get out of my face. Lay down, now. You've had playtime for an hour. I spent literally over an hour playing with this dog before I started stream so that we wouldn't have this happen, and she'd calm down and go to sleep for a while. That did not work. Lay down. But she had an out of routine day yesterday. Nixie! The cat is allowed to exist in the house. Stop going after her every time she moves. Come here. Up on the couch. No. Couch. Couch. Lay down. Thank you. Anyways, she had an off of routine day yesterday, so she's being particularly annoying about today since she's a little out of routine. Because yesterday was, I went out for most of the night with my mom, and, because I was gone, he doesn't do any of the routine at all. Like, he fed her on routine, and that's about it, so, when I got home, I had to do the rest of the routine, which was pretty late. She ended up going on her walk at, like, midnight, which was super late for her, and for me. But she still did okay with her walk and everything. She just had it much later than she was supposed to, and then got to bed much later than she was supposed to, so she's all sorts of all over the place. Which I get it. I'm all over the place when I have a routine change, too. I'm not that mad about it, but it's just exhausting when, like, every time the cat moves, she decides she has to go after the cat. Gotta love it. Anyways, I did work on the follower garden with Mike off yesterday, so I gotta go show you guys that and work on finishing that up. I do have a dilemma about that, though, so, I swear to God, Nixie. anyways, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, the follower garden dilemma. So, I don't know what to do with the follower garden for the last bit, because I want to, the whole point of it is it's going to include your guys' names or gamer tags, or not gamer tags, Twitch tags or whatever. But the problem is, I was thinking I was going to do it on like signs, and I don't think that's a good idea, because I think it'll overcrowd the garden, so it'll just be like really crowded and not good looking. So I'm thinking maybe what I'll do is make a like book and quill and write it in the book of all the follower names, and then display that in an item frame somewhere in the garden, so that I can fill in as many names as I need to without having to take up too much space, and so that we can display it. I don't know. I have to figure that part out, because I think signs are going to be a little too crowded, and they would kind of make the garden look a little ugly. And also, then I would only have a certain amount of room. Using signs limits the amount of room I have, because of the fact that the signs have to have a certain amount of space to be placed down, obviously. And eventually you run out of space, so then eventually I wouldn't be able to have the follower garden actually be updated, and I want it to stay updated. I mean, even considering 30 signs right now would still pretty much fill up the garden, so thinking about if I ever get more followers or getting further in the Twitch world and stuff like that, it would make it pretty ugly pretty fast of not having any room for decorations and things. And we made it really pretty, so I don't want to mess that up. We're definitely going to have quite the supply of vines where we don't have to worry about it for a while. That's the whole point of why I'm doing this, is trying to make sure we have vines for mossy cobble and a bunch of other things, so that I don't have to keep remaking it all the time. Oh geez, a little delayed on the crouch there. Oop, there goes a decent clump of vines. And there goes another decent clump of vines. Gotta love keeping up with things. I mean, in theory, if I left these alone long enough, they would actually have vines just along the whole thing, and I could just shear them and climb them to get to them and all that, but I don't usually want to leave them that long to figure that out. We'll definitely have plenty of jungle wood if we need it for anything now, which was kind of the goal, one of the off streams. Whenever I'm off stream, I try to collect a bunch of wood usually, so that I have plenty for any projects that I would need it for. So we're doing a little bit of that on stream today, evidently. I don't think I need any more mossy cobble for the garden, so I don't need to plant any more of these trees down. Nixie, would you leave things alone, please? This dog sometimes. Okay, there we go. All removed. And we can pick this all up and put it away, and then we can go look at the garden. Just show you guys what I'm talking about. I should have the supplies to make a book and quill if I really want to. I think that's going to be my best option to save space while still getting the names in. Also, for anyone curious about what the dog looks like that hasn't seen any of my Instagram, I did post on the community tab of the VODs channel, which is linked up at the top of the channel. I did post a community tab post, I think yesterday or the day before, that has a few photos of her, because I like sharing her. I haven't gotten around to making a video about her where I put together some of the photos and videos we have of her, but I did actually see her trainer again for the first time in a few months yesterday while I was out, because we ended up at the store where she trains when I was out with Mom, and she's like, "Oh, how are you doing?" and super nice and everything. I love her. She's super sweet. And then she was asking about Nixie and how she's doing, because she's trained both dogs, so she was asking my mom how her dog was first, and then she was asking how Nixie was doing. And she was pretty proud of her, because I was like, she's definitely doing a lot better than the last time you've seen her, that's for sure. I can guarantee that. Because even with all the, like, backslides that we have in Nixie's progress, it's so much better than she was in the last time of training. But that's bound to happen sometimes. Alright, so this is the follower garden and what it's looking like right now. I'm kind of tempted to take this whole platform down 2 more, because it's kind of bugging me. And I have the tools to be able to. I tried to save myself some time in hand placing the decorations and use some bone meal in the garden to set it up. The problem with that was that the bone meal was mostly growing the lily of the valley flowers and not really much of anything else, so I had to go back through with some hand placements afterwards too. What's this wandering trader doing? Not selling anything good, that's for sure. Alright, so we have some stuff there if we need it. But anyways, this is the garden. This is the concept that came out. We've got the stream, we've got this little area here, we've got the little tree swing, we've got lanterns around to keep it lit up. It's got a bunch of nice decoration and prettiness to it, and a bunch of leaves, and it looks really cool at night because there's actually lanterns down in the water here, so the water glows a bit, which is nice. I think it turned out really good. We've got a nice little fountain. The walls are all the way around. I'm kind of tempted to add some slabs on top of the walls, but I don't know. For now, the walls are like this. We also added some walls with lanterns around to get it a little well lit. I'm probably going to take out this tree, actually, while I'm talking. Take out this clump of trees, I think, to get them out of the way, because they're in the way of the garden a bit. Let's go up and take these trees out. So I think it looks really good, and my thought is, looking at that garden, how much would 30 signs influence it? Because I don't want to crowd the signs with gamer tags, I guess, or Twitch tags. I guess what I could do is do the max amount of Twitch tags per sign, which would make it into, what, 40, 12, 7 or so signs, I want to say, right now. 8 signs. Because you can do 4 per sign, roughly, depending on the length. And then we have 31 followers right now, so 7 would be 28, and then we'd have the 8th for the extra 3, if my brain's working correctly. Which is always an if. But yeah, anyways, so it would be 8 signs right now, but still, even thinking of that, even with it crowded, eventually that'd turn into 10 signs, eventually we might get up to a bunch of signs, because I want to continue it well past now. So I feel like eventually that would still become too crowded and too much taking up of space. So I'm thinking that using the book and quill idea would be much better, and give it a lot better of a look. And then we can customize it a little too, because we can keep it all as an unsigned book and leave it. We could also make more than one book, like do like our first 15 followers or our first 30 followers or something like that. Just like group it into groups and then sign the book when it's sign and close the book when we get to that number or something, which would be cool to celebrate it, you know. Like, for example, since this is a 30 follower special, I could do the first 30 followers in the book, sign and close it, and then when we hit 40 followers or 35 followers or something like that, I can go back to the garden and write all the extra names since then in sign and close it, and then like do that as a kind of little add-on thing to continue to interact with this garden. Like, we can visit it every time we hit a mile marker on our followers, which would be really cool. So I think the book and quill idea will be alright. It is kind of sucky because it's not like immediately visible. You have to open the book to be able to see everybody's names, but I think it's still a pretty decent idea. That'll work okay. I did unmute my mic, right? Yeah. I have this paranoid thinking now where I have to like double, triple, quadruple check my mic to make sure I'm actually unmuted on everything, because I have that habit of once in a while muting it and not unmuting it again. But yeah, I think that the garden looks really good, and I think it'd look better leaving it like that and just adding display book and quills and things. And maybe like over time, if we hit certain milestones, we can bring animals in to name. So like we can name a horse for like 40 followers or something, and bring it over and tether it in the garden so that it can stay in the follower garden, that sort of thing. I think that'd be pretty cool to interact with it some more. And then that's a good place to keep for my milestones for any kind, because I wanted to have a place for most of our milestones so that I don't have to keep thinking of a bunch of different things to do as well. And I think that's a really good concept that'll work good for our world. I still want to do other things other than just this for follower specials, like some witchy things and stuff like that, but I want to have a follower special availability in the world as well. So like we can do more than one thing when we hit milestones instead of just kind of cobbling something together every time we hit a milestone. I think it'll be nice. I should be sleeping, but I want to take these dang trees out. This is why I normally just give in and get a bunch of leaves, because I like to shear these out so that I can see where the logs are instead of having to actually sit here and break all the leaves one by one to see where the logs are. And I know I don't have to break it like this to see the logs, but I'm a little paranoid because I have left one singular log in the middle of one of these trees one too many times for me to just kind of half do it and call it good. I think that's all the logs for that tree, besides the main post log. And it looks like there'd be something over here, but I don't think there is. And this will give a little bit more visibility for the garden itself. We have creepers and skeletons eyeing us from below. That's not good. The skeleton's just gonna kill himself off of our thorns. I was debating putting some bees over in the follower garden as well. I think that'd be kind of nice. I don't know if you can name bees though. Because I was thinking we could name the bees too to make it special. Can you name bees? Maybe you can. I mean, I guess name tags work universally. So it's quite possible you can name bees. I gotta get over here. Ow. Well, I guess I was being told when to jump down by the skeleton. But yeah, I think the garden turned out pretty good decoration and such wise. I'm hoping we can do some better add-ons to it, like some bees or something, or that sort of thing. I'm hoping circling kept the creeper at bay, but I'm not sure where he went. I don't know where that creeper went, which is concerning. I really don't care about skellies shooting me because they're hurting themselves more off of thorns than actually hurting me. Since we have thorns 3 on all of our armor. I am going to kill a couple zombies though, because I need the XP to repair my armor. So let's go sleep, and we'll figure out what to do with that. I'm gonna look up if I can name bees. I'm pretty sure you can. Because if I can name bees, we'll move one of the beehives over and name some bees for you guys. I guess we could also like, once I get to the point of having VIP or having donations and stuff, I mean, I do have donations enabled, but I obviously don't really want to advertise that. Oh, bees can't be name tagged. Sad. I was thinking also what we could do once we get to the point of like subscribers or donations or things. Like I have donations enabled, but I don't really receive donations because I don't really need them. But once we get to the point of getting donations and stuff, we can probably actually like name some of the animals that we have in that garden, like horses or peaceful mobs or things like that, after top donator. Jeez, I can't talk today. After top donations or after top subscribers or things like that, which would be pretty cool. So then we'd have like, basically it's going to be a little community space, so we'll name things after some of you guys, and we'll give some different like little achievements type of ideas. And I'm going to use signs, but I want to use them for like actual reasons instead of just using them here and there. So I want to use them for like, for example, top donator or most active in chat, or some of the fun things like that where we can give you guys little like achievements for being in the channel and spending time with me. I need to get the dog over here because she's getting into stuff she's not supposed to be. Jeez, takes that long of repeating the same command for this dog to listen some days, and it's exhausting. And it's not like she doesn't know the command, she's just being a nuisance, because that's what she does. But anyways, I think because we finished all that, we can take this stuff out and get rid of all of this. So I think I'll do the book off stream because I don't want to keep having to open a book on stream. But I think I'll do the book off stream and I'll put it right on this tree here, which will be nice. So then we'll have 30 followers, and then when I have that up and showing, I'll come show you guys it on the next stream. So like whenever I get it set up, I'll come show you guys afterwards. I'm really tempted to take these 2 layers out real quick because I have the tools to. I'm debating how much of the surrounding trees to take out as well. I want to replant trees so that they're surrounding the garden, so that the garden's still like in a forest type setup, but I want to do it correctly because a lot of these trees are really badly placed and really irritating with how they're formed, so I want them to be a little different, which is why I'm slowly taking out some of them. There's gotta be more. I guess not. Alright, I guess I'll let that deteriorate and see if I missed something. I probably did. Normally I wouldn't use my axe for this because I don't want to waste its durability, but this does have mending, so we can just kill a couple mobs to get the durability back some. I want to take out the majority of these trees and then I will rebuild them, or replant them and grow them afterwards in a better setup so that it makes a little more sense to our goal and so that it looks like an actual forest. And granted, there will still be some they take out every so often because of the fact that I do want this to be like a farming area for wood. But with how much wood we have right now, I can luckily kind of plant these and leave them alone, which is nice to have the ability to do. I don't know what's going on with this tree. This tree is a mess. I'm going to take out what I can of this tree and then see what deteriorates and what doesn't. Like, I know, for example, this is going to be pretty well staying afterwards because of how much it has in it. This one's one of those absolutely massive trees with so much excess wood in it. Trying to climb using the leaves so I don't have to place any wood. Although it is kind of dangerous to climb using the leaves since they're going to disappear out from under my feet eventually, but oh well. There's definitely some wood hiding in there somewhere, because this is too thick to not have something in it. Yeah, there it is. Sometimes you can tell by the thickness of the leaves as to what they're hiding. I think that's all. I hope that's all. I know this is kind of off track, but I need oak wood for things anyways, and I want to finish the garden, which includes decorating around the garden. So I need to have this space cleared to do that. And like I've mentioned before, eventually we will have pathways to everything, so eventually we will have like a path from the house, or from the house to other builds, and from that garden to the rest of the world. But for now it's going to be kind of a little separate island area of our world since it's kind of off on its own. And since I don't have anything else to build in the area right now. We definitely need another butcher for pork, because there's a lot of pork around here. Trying to repair the axe for how much we've used of it. This stuff. We're not picking up some things. What can we drop? Not much. We'll have to come back for it. We'll have to go put some stuff away and come back. Looks like we have to sleep too, so that's fine. We'll go sleep and come back and get some saplings down in this area so that we can finally get this set up the way we want it. And then it'll be time to decorate the house some, which is going to be a whole conundrum in itself, because I have avoided that like the plague for a bit. I think we can at least start with like the kitchen and maybe my bedroom, since I know I have sort of decent decorating ideas for those, since I do kitchens pretty much the same every time I do them, and my bedroom I can be a little more creative with. I meant to watch some more videos on decorating and building tips for the updated versions of the game. I just haven't gotten around to it because I've been pretty much either in a dissociated funk or playing this game, and there's no real in between. Sadly. Let's sleep and we'll put some stuff away, and then we'll go finish up some of that. We'll have to mob hunt sometime soon because we need some more bones for bone meal and things, and we need some more rotten flesh to trade to the villagers. Hi, puppy dog. But for now, we could stay away from mob hunting for a little longer. But yeah, it is the end of the week. It has been quite the long week, I imagine. At least it has for me. I imagine it has for most others. I did, in fact, get to do a tarot reading yesterday, which was quite nice. I haven't messed with my tarot cards in quite a while, so I was a little worried. It might have just been more so focusing on my personal needs and intuition than on the needs and intuition of the person that was needing the reading. But it actually worked out okay. They said it was definitely very helpful and insightful to what they're going through, so that's pretty nice. I know I'm pretty much guaranteed at least getting a reading based on my situation, which is why I was fine with doing a reading, but I was worried that because I was doing it for someone else, it would just be a reading based on my situation and not actually helpful for the person that needed it, which can happen once in a while when I'm not fully tuned into what I'm doing, and I'm just kind of going through the motions because of the fact that it does tend to tune into your energy more so than anything else, especially when you're the one doing it. So, it's not exactly an uncommon thing for it to do that. I was just worried it would, which it didn't, luckily. Or at least it didn't seem to. They said it was fairly insightful, so I'm hoping they were truthful about that. And then put this away. Put this extra stack of dirt away. Put this away. But yeah, they were pretty happy with it, so I'm glad. I was pretty happy to get to do a reading. It's been a while since I've gotten to do a reading. I do readings infrequently because I don't tend to keep up with my practice as much as I'd like to, and because, again, it's kind of useless for me to do readings if they're tuning into me and not other people, which means I need more practice, but then I just don't practice more. It originally was supposed to be, so they do tarot as well, so they did their own reading, and I was supposed to just help them interpret it, but because of the cards of the deck they were using, I didn't really have any familiarity with it, and I couldn't really decipher the meaning as well, because tarot, as a rule, does have all of the same cards. The thing is that different decks use different symbolism and different labeling systems, and sometimes it's a little hard to tell what cards are what in a deck if you don't have a very extreme familiarity with it. So because a lot of decks use shorthand for their different markings and things, you can't really tell what it is unless you're familiar with that deck and its shorthand, and I wasn't familiar with that deck at all, so I was like, can't really give you much help on that because I don't have any of that deck in its shorthand, but I guess I can try to do a reading of my own with my own deck and see if it gives you any insight on anything. So I ended up doing a reading myself for them, and then having to decipher that, which was like a whole heck ton of writing because I really intensely decipher the cards. And it was more than just the normal 3-card spread. So it was definitely a lot more to have to go through, which I actually quite like that spread, and I'm going to use it for some other readings. I haven't used it before. It's the Celtic Cross spread, which is quite useful as well because I like Celtic magic. Basically in tarot, you get the same answers regardless, but you can use different spreads and different ways of spreading out your cards and reading them to be able to get more intense answers on a situation. So, for example, most people just use a basic 3-card spread, which is just kind of either as an overall of giving answers on the situation, or some people use it as 3 different scenarios to a question. So, like, what is my present, what's going on in my past to influence me, or what's holding me back, and what's going to be coming in my future is a really common one for the 3-card spread. But the Celtic Cross actually really heavily delves into, like, what's going on now, what's the best I can expect right now, what's some of my blockages or my struggles right now, what will be coming in the future, what past things are influencing me or holding me back, a bunch of different things about your current situation and whatever you're going through. It's really good for someone that's going through like a really specific issue and they want a full intense reading about it, which is what my friend was going through, and they really needed some help through that specific part in their life, so they're trying to get as intense of a reading as they can to be able to have the best answers. But I quite liked it, and I'm actually going to use it for a few other readings for myself and for some friends and family members that want readings as well. By the way, anyone's open to ask me for a reading. It could, in theory, go quite wrong, so I always kind of use the disclaimer of, if it doesn't really feel like it's something that fits with your situation, then don't take it to heart, because, like I said, at times the cards can tune into me more so than the person I'm asking about, especially if I don't have a connection with them as well. Like this friend I do have a decent-ish connection with. I knew them for quite a few years, and I was really close with them quite a few years ago. We're not very close anymore, but we still communicate once in a while. So of course when I saw them asking about tarot stuff, I was like, oh my god, I would love to help, because I love getting into my tarot whenever I can. But yeah, I need practice, so I'm definitely open to giving anyone tarot readings as well. I just need a little bit better. And of course that's more of a one-on-one thing rather than doing it on stream, because I don't think that I'm in tune enough to be able to do a general what does everyone right now need to know. And I also think that sometimes with readings they get very personal and very intense, and it's not something that you want to like have aired out on, you know, a public live stream. So I always love doing readings though, and maybe eventually I will get into more witchy topics on streaming. I would love to, but I don't think I have the resources to yet, just because I don't have the like ability to stream off of my PlayStation. I only can stream through the PlayStation, so it'd be kind of pointless of me like streaming something in the background on the PlayStation while talking about something entirely different. And it wouldn't be playing games or such, because it's pretty intense to need to focus on what you're doing when you're doing readings. Otherwise they can go a little wonky. But I don't know, I think doing some more readings will be nice. I do owe my mom one for practice later today, I think. That one should be a fairly easy to be accurate, because I am pretty intensely connected with her. And I just saw her yesterday and everything. But my mom's always pretty curious about witchy stuff and tarot and things, so I was like, you want a tarot reading? And she's like, why? And I was like, I need practice, and I just did one the other day, and I was actually kind of into doing it again, so I wanted to do some more, and she's like, okay, sure. Well, whatever. She really likes more so palm reading and stuff, which is another topic that I do have some knowledge on and I'm learning about, but it's not something I have enough knowledge on to do with other people yet. I have quite a few books on it and a few different work pieces on it that I need to do, but I haven't actually gotten to the point of fully reading and understanding things yet. Tarot, for the most part, is fairly easy as far as to read and understand. It's one of the very simple divination tools. You don't need that much intuition, and you don't need that much practice to be able to do it. It just gets more intense and more accurate the more you practice and use your intuition. As an overall, it tends to be fairly accurate because of the fact of it is just a simple message. And it's also a lot easier to decipher because of the fact that you do have the ability to always turn to guidebooks and things to figure out what's being said. Generally, people that do tarot for a living have a pretty good memory of learning the entirety of the cards or the basis of the cards. That's why you see people that do tarot readings and they're just pull out the cards and then they're telling you this whole long, intense story or connection with it, because of the fact that they know the base meaning of the cards by heart, and then they can expand on that meaning by, your body language and what you said you're struggling with and what those cards are saying towards that situation. But I'm still very much so in the learning stage, so I still usually turn to the guidebook quite often, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that for anyone. And then I just expand on what it means and how it relates to the situation from there. But that's one of my favorite divination tools. I love the versatility of tarot. I love oracle cards as well. I actually did an oracle card reading for them as well, my friend as well, yesterday, because I had grabbed my oracle deck out of instinct and I was like, well, I'll pull a card for that as well for them. But yeah, I prefer oracle cards over tarot because they're usually a little bit more blunt and direct and a little bit easier to decipher. Tarot has a lot more nuance to it and a lot more specifics to the situation, so it's more so what you're experiencing based on something else, versus, as a general, oracle cards are usually a lot more blunt and directive. This is what's going on, this is how to fix it, or this is the message you need right now. It depends on the oracle deck as well. My oracle deck is which is wisdom based one. I had to look up the PDF of the guidebook because I don't have the guidebook. It had the QR code on it to get the downloadable version of the guidebook, but for some reason it didn't, that link didn't work anymore, so I had to look on Google for a while to find the right guidebook and get my copy of it. I don't have many oracle books, oracle guides, or oracle cards, so I tend to gravitate towards my tarot more. I actually really love my tarot deck. It was a very great art. It has a really nice artistic style to it, and it's one of the only decks that I've really heavily connected with. I have 2 other decks as well, but I haven't really connected with them or used them yet. I'm also quite organized, so I keep my tarot in the original packaging and things when I put them away, which some people frown upon because you should, connect with your tarot and you should actually be taking care of it energetically and cleansing it and keeping up with your cards instead of just packing them away. But I prefer to keep them organized, so I still keep them cleansed and safe. I just keep them in the box they came in because I like the box they came in. I don't remember the name of the deck offhand to be able to give anyone a specific name to recommend it, but I have it over on my counter, actually, a little ways away from me, because I have to go do a reading later on for my mom. But yeah, that was yesterday. Yesterday was I did a tarot reading, and then I got on here for a while and did some tasks and finished up that garden some, and then I got off and took a shower and got ready, and I went to go see my mom, and we went out to dinner, and I went to a couple pet stores. I got to see so many dogs because the pet store we were going to, which is why I saw the trainer, the pet store we were going to, she had a training class going when we got there for puppy training, and I was so happy to see all the little puppies. They were so small. I met a really adorable lab named Benny. He was so sweet, and he was so smart, and his owner was super nice, and he was just talking to us and showing us some of the tricks that Benny knows, and like giving him some socializing and talking to new people and stuff. And it was so cute. It was awesome. Benny just kind of sat there, and I miss when Nixie was that young and before she got reactive, because she used to do the same thing. Like, he was so tired, he was just laying on the floor like, I'm done, I'm out, good night. And Nixie used to always do that. She used to always get so tired after training. She'd be like out cold in the seat on the way home. It was the sweetest thing ever. But of course then the reactivity started, and it became a little bit of a mess to do training. But I saw that lab pup and then another puppy that was super interesting and I wanted to ask the breed, but the owners were trying to get out of there, so I just let them have their space. I know how it feels to be pretty tired after training all that time, so they were just trying to get home, and I didn't want to interrupt that. But he was super interesting looking. And there was a few other puppies. There was a Dalmatian puppy. I haven't seen Dalmatians very often, and I love when I get to see them, especially a puppy that's so well bred and well looking, because a lot of the breeds around here are usually pretty badly bred. Like the fact that there's so many doodles. Don't even get me started on doodles. I cannot stand them as a breed. It's so unethical. Doodles being pretty much any form of poodle mix. Pretty much every form of poodle mix is not really a good idea. They're usually, the concept originally is that, you know, they'll have the intelligence and the responsiveness of poodles, because poodles are really intelligent and trainable animals, and they'll have the hypoallergenic quality of poodles to an extent, because poodles are more hypoallergenic than most other dogs because of their coat. But the problem is that pretty much every form of doodle has severe anxiety and severe issues with stress, and they almost always have health issues really badly. And as a general rule, and as far as what I've seen and what I've experienced, if you want a doodle, you are 10 times better off just getting a poodle or just getting like whatever the mix is. So like, for example, labradoodle. If you want a labradoodle, you are 1,000 times better off just getting a lab or a poodle. You're not than getting a labradoodle, because you are signing up for a whole different host of health issues and mental struggles for that dog, and separation anxiety and social anxiety and possibly reactivity, and their coats usually aren't well taken care of by owners, because most owners don't know how to deal with poodle coats, and a lot of times doodles usually get poorly cared for by their owners, and then groomers have to deal with it, and it's a mess. And if you want a labradoodle, just get a lab or get a poodle. Like, figure out which one you would rather have based on their temperament, based on their coat, based on whatever reasoning, and go with that one. Don't bother getting a freaking doodle, because it's not worth it in the short run, and in the long run it's just not worth it. But anyways, we did see, I know this also by experience of recently even too, because when Nixie was getting into stress training, because once she started being reactive, we started trying stress training to help work through some of the specific stress-related issues and get her some good workbooks and talk with the trainer one-on-one about it and be able to just have better resources for while we're at home, which worked really well. It was a good idea. It did work well. But when we were in stress training, the biggest problem dog in that stress training was in fact a doodle. And it was this like younger college kid that had it, and she was so upset because she was so overwhelmed by this dog all the time, and like the dog had genuine really dangerous stress behaviors both to the parents and to the dog, and it was not a good situation at all for anyone. And granted, the dog was getting a little better with help from the trainer, but it's just something that it stuck with. Like, they had to have it on anxiety medication, and it still was not helping, and it was not getting any better. And they were still doing training outside of anxiety meds as well, and it was not helping. And that dog that was a nightmare dog. It was a super sweet, super cute dog, but it was a nightmare dog, and it was not doing well. And they didn't do anything wrong for it to have that stress and that amount of crazy anxiety and stuff. It was genuinely just how that breed was. And that's just, I felt so bad watching, because like that girl was so stressed all the time, and she could not even go to work. She couldn't have like her normal life going on because of the fact of how bad that dog was, and she felt so bad trying to leave the dog alone and everything, and like having him freak out, and it's just, it was not worth it. But that's besides the point. We saw a bunch of dogs, and I got to pet quite a few of them. And there was the puppy training class going on when we got there, so I got to see a bunch of puppies. And then there was, I think, an intermediate training or just a beginner training class afterwards. I couldn't quite tell based on the dog behaviors. The dogs were behaving fairly well, so it could have been intermediate, but I know that they weren't advanced, because advanced training uses clickers a lot more for marking behaviors that they want, and to keep attentiveness of the dogs. We use a clicker with Nixie once in a while, but I haven't used it in a while. It does help her. That was one of the first recommendations we had when she started showing signs of inattentiveness and stress, was to use a clicker, and she does quite like using it. I just don't always use it, because typically she's pretty good to refocus without the clicker, and to keep her focused without the clicker now. But it definitely helped when we first started using it. But yeah, so there was a bunch of dogs that came in for like a beginner and intermediate class afterwards, and I got to see those too. There was quite a few just super cute, super happy dogs. It was funny because, so Nixie's reactivity is pretty common for German Shepherds and German Shepherd mixes, to the point that I was actually checking out, and I was like, oh, I love these dogs, I wish I could take my dog out like this. And the cashier's like, yeah, me too. And I was like, oh, the cashier was explaining that her dog's too mouthy for her own good, and that she can't take her out like that very often because of it. And I was like, yeah, my dog too. I was like, she's reactive, but she's a German Shepherd mix, so it kind of was bound to happen in a way. And the cashier's like, yeah, mine's a German Shepherd mix too, I know. So it's a pretty common issue with shepherds and with shepherd mixes. Granted, that doesn't mean that it's not preventable. It definitely was preventable. It just, I don't know where the trigger was for Nixie when that happened. We were doing really careful with her and everything, and I just really don't know when that trigger happened of what triggered her reactivity. And even looking back and even like talking with the trainer and everything at that moment when she started being reactive, we could not figure out what the trigger was to make her reactive, because typically there is a trigger. There is something that happens that stresses them out to the point of being reactive from that point on. And we couldn't figure it out, even with the trainer that had experience with everything and was trying to help us figure it out. We couldn't pinpoint really when that had happened, or if there was anything that had triggered it in the time between when it started and when it had been perfectly fine. Because her reactivity actually started with a dog that she had been perfectly comfortable with as well. Or at least we started noticing it with a dog that she had been perfectly comfortable with. It was a really cute little, bulldog mix pup. That was super sweet, super tiny. She was like half Nixie's size, and they both loved to play with each other after training, and they would always play together. And neither of them hurt the other or was too rough on the other. There was never any incident where like that could have triggered it. But then one of the times we came back to training, and the two of them were playing like normal, and Nixie just started to react, and she started barking and freaking out and jumping back and getting really overwhelmed. So we separated her and we kind of calmed her down and worked through it, and then she was starting to be reactive towards all the people in the store, and then the next time we came for training, she was reactive really bad to the whole store and to everyone and to every dog. And it became a weird issue that kept happening, and the trainer like tried to work through it with us and gave us tips and everything, and it just didn't help. She's a lot better now than she was, so it is helping. It's just, it was such a sudden big onslaught of it that it didn't really make sense to us at the time, and it still doesn't make sense now looking back and trying to find that trigger. But at least she's doing better now. And I did actually take some photos of the training stuff. I really want to get her back into training in public. I'm really hoping we can, because I really want her to be able to get that skill set and that ability to be confident with herself, and that ability to, you know, learn new things and get into new environments without having to feel so anxious all the time. And I think that she would do really well with some extra training, because she loves the enrichment of training. Like, that's why she knows so many little tricks, because she absolutely loves learning tricks. She loves the concept of actually training. It's her, like, favorite thing ever. She's so good about it. So I'm really hoping that we can get her back into in-person training at some point in the near future. I would love to get her through intermediate and possibly even into advanced training, because a lot of the cues and a lot of the things that she can learn through both of those sound really good, and they would be really great to teach her. And I love Beth, and Beth works really well with dogs, who's the trainer there. But it doesn't seem like that's a possibility right now until we get her adjusted. But I did take photos of the training board, so that I could see like what all the commands were that they learn and stuff. So what I'm going to do in theory is teach her the commands for the puppy/beginner class, which is what she already went through, and then start working on them on our own, of getting her into higher stress environments with it, and getting her to respond pretty well and pretty consistently with them, and be able to consistently learn those cues in multiple different environments, which is the goal of that form of training, is to first teach the cues and then to teach them in a way that they can handle multiple different environments of it, and multiple different distractions and things. So I already know the basis of it, and I know what the idea is, and I need to get her really solid on those. So I took a photo of the commands that they needed to know, which she knows pretty much all of them anyways, but I took a photo of the commands so I knew what they were in specific. And I'm going to, in theory, if I have the time and the gas and I can get my partner to actually help with it, because he hasn't been very helpful with it, actually get those commands really solid for her. And then once we have those commands really solid, we can start getting her back into training and get her right into intermediate. Because I'm sure Beth would be fine with it, because Beth knows that I'm pretty good with training, and I have a pretty solid background of like what to do with it. So if I tell her, hey, we got her solid on these, can we get into intermediate, she'd probably want like a little video just to make sure that she is in fact solid on them, and then she'd be fine with it. So, which she already does want me to send a video anyways, to show her some of the training that we've learned since, and show her how she's doing with things and responsiveness. So hopefully that's how that will work, is I can give her a little bit of a video and get Nixie ready for intermediate and into intermediate, because it would be awesome to have her in intermediate training. She would do so well. I really think she would do quite well in intermediate. And I really want her to be able to get through to advanced, because intermediate and advanced have a lot of really good commands that I want her to be able to know, that I could teach at home, which is also why I took photos of it all, because I can start teaching some of those commands at home. But I really like Beth's methods, and I like having the second opinion on things instead of just having to handle it all on my own all the time. So I really want to be able to bring her in for some training too. And it's important to get her out and about and get her socialized with other dogs and things, which is what happens during training as well. Because I don't have any way to get her socialized with other dogs, really. That's the one problem that's going to be an issue with reactivity, is I don't have a way to calm her reactivity with other dogs. I don't have other people that I know that have dogs, really. I mean, I have one friend that has a dog that I can ask him a little, but his dog is a puppy, and I don't really want to have Nixie being reactive around her, because I don't want that to spook the puppy, since the puppy's still learning everything, and I don't want her to, like, chain reaction of, you know, because a dog's reactive around her and spooking her, then she might become reactive down the road because of, like, being spooked by that type of dog. So I don't want to risk it, even though his dog is a really good breed where she would be pretty well solid as far as she has very little to no risk of being reactive. She's a, well, I guess she does have a small risk. She is a Mastiff Boxer mix. So Mastiffs are pretty good, solid dogs. They have a very limited chance of being reactive. I've only known one Mastiff that was reactive ever, and that was after he had had multiple litters of puppies around him and all kinds of kids around him and all kinds of things. And he had been one out of like 6 puppies in the litter, and he was usually getting in fights with the other puppies, and so it was just like a chain reaction of a bunch of things that made him reactive. And he was still fairly good with certain situations, like that dog in that case. My Mimi used to breed Mastiffs, so I've known a lot of Mastiffs, and that dog was the only reactive dog she ever had. And when he was reactive, she was worried that he was going to be a danger, so she had to rehome him instead of working with him because she didn't have the time to work with him. She had quite a few Mastiffs. She had at least like 6 Mastiffs, and I think at the time she also had 3 Newfoundlands and a bunch of other dogs and stuff, so she had a lot to deal with at once, and she didn't have the ability to like super heavily work with him and train him down and stuff, which I understand. So she was trying to rehome him, but she was worried that he would be a danger to us kids because me and my brothers were still really young. And as reactive as he was, and as awful as he was around people and everything, and he even got reactive to a point of aggression around people, he was still the sweetest and most gentle dog around us kids. We could get right in his face, we could tug on him, anything, and he would still be the most gentle dog, and he would immediately quiet and calm down when it came to any of the kids being in his face. So I still think that he was not as reactive or aggressive as he made it out to be, and I think it was more so a dog issue, like an issue with other dogs, than an issue with people. But granted, he was in fact reactive, so I've known one dog that was a reactive Mastiff, and I don't know, I don't think it was that much of a commonality of the breed as far as what I've seen and as far as what I've known about their breed type. It could be more common than I know, but I'm willing to safely bet that they're really not reactive dogs from what I've seen and from what I know about the breed. So the only propensiveness for reactivity that dog would have, my friend's dog, is the boxer side of things, because boxers are pretty prone to anxiety, so they can be prone to reactivity in times. Pretty much any breed that's prone to being anxious can be prone to being reactive, because reactivity is a manifestation of pretty intense anxiety in most dogs. It can be a manifestation of aggression, but it's more so a manifestation of anxiety that turns into aggression if left too long without being trained and dealt with. So I think she's got like 50-50 chance of being reactive if given the wrong circumstances. He will raise her really well, so I know nothing he would do would make her reactive. But I'm worried that Nixie being around her too much with the barking and reactivity would be a little too overstimulating for that dog. Which is fine. Nixie's a lot to handle, so I understand that she'll be a bit of a risk for most situations. But I really do need to find a way to have her around dogs, because she needs to learn to not be reactive to other dogs more so than to other people as well. Like, she's good with other people, learning pretty well with other people, but not much with other dogs. Granted, she is pretty used to, like, the dogs she sees a lot are her family and things, and she's not reactive with them, but the problem is they are her family, so, like, she's not going to be as likely to react to them because she knows them and she grew up with them. And she spent a lot of time around them and around us, and she knows that we can pet them, and she doesn't need to go, like, guard us, and she doesn't need to react to them because they are her family and they're going to be fine around her. So she needs non-family member dogs to interact with, and I don't know how to do that really besides training. But at the same time, if I just throw her into training with other dogs around, it could make that reactivity go back up. So I don't know. I really have to talk to Beth about it one-on-one and see what she thinks, because Beth is pretty good with figuring out a plan for Nixie that works well, because she is, actually her background with training was mainly German Shepherds, so she's pretty used to the breed and to their quirks and messes, and she's dealt with, like 3 of the litter for training, so she knows all of their ins and outs and issues with the reactivity. So, since all of them have had very similar traits. We did finally get an update on one of the litter that we haven't heard about. I guess today is just talking about dogs, but we did get an update on one of the litter that we hadn't heard about in a while that ended up with my partner's aunt and uncle. And my dad really wanted updates because pretty much there were 6 puppies, and 5 out of 6 of them he has updates about all the time. But that 6th one went to my partner's aunt and uncle, and they have not updated at all since they got her. Like, they sent us one picture ages ago, after having her for multiple months with radio silence about how she went and if she got home fine and that sort of thing. So we were a little worried they just like didn't want her and rehomed her or something, but they finally messaged the other day and we're talking about her a little, and she seems to be doing really well, which is nice. Pretty much all of the litter were females. It was 4 females and 2 males, so, but I don't remember what they named her. I think they named her like Kelly or something. Or Kylie. I think they named her like Kylie. I don't know. I don't remember what they named her really. She's a brindle one. Ah, of course. Let's go sleep. She was one of the brindle ones, so she's super pretty. Or like partial brindle because she was partially black. She was super pretty, but we haven't heard from them in a really long time about it. We didn't know what was going on and if she was doing alright or not, which was like kind of upsetting because my dad likes to know how the puppies are doing. Even there's one other one that didn't stay in the family, or didn't stay in the immediate family, and even that one he gets updates about. Like, he got an update about her for Halloween because she had like a cool little Halloween costume they got her and all that sort of stuff. And that family didn't even know Dad really well before they got the puppy, and now they still update him pretty constantly on her. But ironically enough, Nixie is, as far as I've seen, the biggest and most muscular of all the puppies, of like the entire litter. I don't really know how that happened. I guess it's, I was thinking it's probably a combination of the quality of food and how much food she's had. Because, for example, the dog at my dad's and my Nana's house is about 45 pounds. She's pretty much the smallest one that we know of. And she's that way because she is being fed Purina for food, which is not the best brand. It doesn't have the best quality of ingredients or quality of protein and things like that. It's not a bad brand, it's just not like a very good brand that you could get. You can get better, is my point. But because that's what they have for everyone else, they just did that. And that's what the puppies were raised on as well when they were at my dad's, was just Purina puppy food. So she just has Purina, and she's already on adult food long before when she was supposed to be, because of the fact of it's hard to keep her separated from the adult dog food, and she started eating it, and then they just started feeding her it anyways, because they're like, well, she already started eating it, guess we're gonna give her it now. And especially with large breed dogs, you really don't want to give them adult dog food too soon, because it can mess with their development pretty bad, since they need that extra boost of all those ingredients in puppy food to really have the right development and the right musculature and stuff. So she ended up on adult food way too soon, and it's Purina, so it's just kind of whatever. It's not really a large breed specific. It's not like a really specific to her needs, because of the fact that they are in fact majority German Shepherd and Vizsla. They do need a larger breed type of nutrition, because German Shepherds do need larger breed nutrition, and especially with the fact that they need that right development for their hips and legs to really have the avoidance of the issues like hip dysplasia that German Shepherds usually have. So she didn't get, I don't know like what the ones outside of the house are being fed, like Carvin, one of her brothers, at my uncle's house, the one at my partner's uncle's house, the one at the new house. But I imagine the one at the house that's not related to us gets pretty decent food because of the fact that they have a bunch of bigger breed dogs as well. They have a bunch of Rottweilers and stuff as well, so I imagine their food's probably mostly larger breed or decent nutrition stuff, because most people that have Rotties tend to treat them pretty well as far as good feed and raising them like big dogs. And they're pretty big Rotties, so I imagine they got pretty good nutrition. So I think that she's getting pretty good nutrition, but even she's still smaller than Nixie from what I've seen, but she is a lot better filled out. But you'd think that the males, even regardless of feeding, would be bulkier, but Nixie has so far been the bulkiest and biggest. But the thing is we started Nixie off on large breed puppy food right away. She's been on large breed puppy food and a very good quality one at that, for a very long time, and she gets a decent amount each day. Like, my mom has been giving Zeke, the one that she has, larger breed food when she can, but he was an extremely picky eater, and he still is, and she just now got him to consistently eat food, instead of just picking and choosing when he wants to eat and being really off and on about his schedule of eating. So he more so got stunted because of how little he stayed consistent with food. And then Carvin, the other boy, he got pretty stunted because he actually got Lyme disease very young, and they had to treat him for that, so he lost a lot of weight and a lot of muscle mass from having his Lyme disease. And then, for example, Nixie has also been pretty well exercised, and she's been given pretty good chance of like toppers and different types of food, and exposing her to as much as we can as far as all of the different options for nutrition, and adding extra stuff on top and all sort of stuff. Like, I've been really careful with making sure she has really good nutrition access. So I think that's partially why she did end up as bulky as she does. Now she's just hungry all the time. She's probably going through another growth spurt. But Nixie's still on puppy food, even though she is in fact almost 11 months. The reason behind that being most large breeds aren't fully grown until at least 12 months, if not longer. German Shepherd breeds tend to finish growing around 18 months, so I'm thinking that's 12 to 18 months is probably when we'll switch her over to an adult dog food of some sort for larger breed. And also, I just haven't researched adult food yet to really get her a decent adult food option that's not going to break our bank and that's going to be good on support for her. So I haven't really been able to get around to changing her over because I'm overly protective about it, and I want to research and figure out the right one that'll work best and all that. Partially because I just like to keep my research going for things, and partially because it's something that really matters to me as far as keeping her safe and keeping her healthy. And because going with a really good quality large breed puppy food made us break the bank. We spend about $100 a month on food for her, at least. Right now, we spend $70 just on dry food every month, if not more, because it's not quite every month. She goes through it a little bit more than a month. She goes through it a little bit less than a month every time. So we already spend a lot on that. And then we also get treats and all that sort of stuff. So just on food alone, we're spending $100 a month on her, which is not the best for budgeting. Granted, he luckily got a raise, so we're able to afford it a little better, but it definitely cuts into what we can afford. So I don't want to be in that conundrum or higher when it comes to adult food. I don't want to have to spend hundreds of dollars a month to feed her because it's not sustainable, and it's not something that's really worth the heavy input if it's going to only be slightly helpful. Which is why I get that plenty of people do stuff like Purina, because Purina is a lot cheaper. But I would raw feed her if I had the money and this resources to. So I'm trying to give her the best option that isn't raw feeding, since I don't have the resources to raw feed her. I think we could raw feed her for a similar amount a month anyways, but the problem is it's just resources wise. Like raw feeding, you have to pay so much more attention to all of the specific nutrients and needs of a dog, instead of just letting a kibble food be the majority of it. So it's just not something that I have the ability to really heavily research and keep up with every single day. She eats like a pig. I would not be able to actually keep up with specific feeding every day and that sort of thing. So that's what ended up being the issue, is she's just mostly dry food, and decent quality dry foods are not cheap. We spend $70 on like 25 pounds or so of food. I don't really know what we'll have for adult food. I was looking into it. There's a lot better of options that are decent with better pricing. Like, for example, some of the ones I was looking at last night were like $60 or $70 for 30 to 40 pounds, so it's similar price but better supply of food. But she won't be fully grown until like 18 months or so, so I really won't know what she'll have for an intake until then, which really sucks, because I really won't have a reliable amount of like how much food we'll need until then. But I think she's slowly going through another growth spurt. She's been eating like crazy again lately, which I don't mind. It's good for her to get some more food in her system, and she's not showing any signs of being overweight by any means. Because that's the thing, is like, compared to her sister, she's 15 pounds more. You'd think she would be, you know, overweight or something, but she's actually just very bulky and muscular. Like her actual form, because the general rule with figuring out whether a dog's overweight is their form of their body. So like their rib cage versus the lower end of their body, if you know anything about dogs. Like if you're looking at them from above, basically, you want to see the shape and the lining of their body to be able to tell whether they're overweight or not. So for example, if a dog's pretty overweight, they'll just be like a straight line, or they'll be rounded out on the sides of their body if you're looking from above, which is unhealthy, and it means that they're pretty overweight. The straight line's okay. It's just like, for most dogs at least, if your dog is just straight on both sides of its body, it's generally at least okay. It's not like a huge risk, but it depends on the breed as well. But it's generally a really bad thing when they're more than just the straight line. But for like a pet weight, you still should have a slight divot or indent after their rib cage, instead of just being straight lined. And for like an active weight, you want a little bit more of that lining. For like a super active weight, you'll probably see a little bit more of their rib cage. It also depends on breed, as far as how much of their rib cage you're supposed to see. And then once you start seeing their actual individual ribs, or a really bad difference between their rib cage and their stomach, then you're most likely hitting the underweight or too active weight. Again, it really depends on breed, because so many breeds actually really need a little bit more, and some need a little bit less. And it also depends on what you do with your dog. Like if your dog's a sporting dog, it's going to have obviously a much more active weight to it, no matter how much you feed it, because it's getting that exercise constantly. But Nixie, even with all the food that she's eating, is still roughly in the pet to active weight almost at all times of her shape. I know you're over there flopping around, huh? So she's still doing pretty good as far as a relative distribution of her weight. She's just muscular and bulky and very long. We're actually going to get her, I guess today's just going to be rambling about dogs. I don't know why. We're actually going to get her a coat. I tried to get her a coat when I was at PetSmart the other night, but I was too nervous about getting the wrong size, because it was like $30 for the coat, and I didn't want to spend $30 and waste it. So I didn't get one. But I'm gonna get her a jacket because we've been going on walks late at night and it's getting cold out and I don't want her to be freezing. Even though she really does love the cold and she does good with it, I just don't want her to be too cold. And it also helps for visibility. Like the jacket that I was looking at has really high reflectives on it, so that if a light glances off of it, she's very, very visible. Instead of having to put like a light up collar on her or something, I can just trust the reflectiveness of it to be able to show that she's there. Same thing with the little boots she has. We had to put boots on her, it's so funny. So I wanted to do that as kind of a protection against the cold and a protection as far as making her more visible while we're out at night. Because as much as she does love the cold, it's still not that good for her. She's got a little bit of a thicker coat to handle it, but not enough to make me feel all that peaceful in mentality when I'm, you know, bringing her out at midnight in 20-something degree weather for a long walk. So she definitely would tell us when she gets super cold, but I think she also just likes being cold, so I have to kind of regulate it for her a little to an extent. But we did have to start putting boots on her because of the fact that everything's really salted to keep everything safe from ice, and the salt is not good for dog paws at all. Salt's pretty dangerous for dog paws, especially the salt that they use for roads and things. So it was not that safe of a setup. And I didn't know what else to do besides put some little boots on her to keep her safe and keep her cozy. So she has little boots. I bought them quite a while ago as a way of keeping her feet safe from the heat, because even though the boots are a little insulated, they're meant to kind of, I was going to use them for the summertime, so that keeps her safe from the hot pavement, because it's really not good for her paw pads to be on hot pavement constantly. But then I never used them during the summer because we never were out that much on the hot pavement, and she wasn't that bothered by it, and we were also using paw balm and like the other methods to keep her pretty safe from it, so it seemed to be okay of an idea as is. But then I started using them again for wintertime because we noticed all the salt was everywhere, and that's definitely not good for her paws. Like, there's no way she would be okay with that. Especially since her and I have been going on walks, and getting out for walks in the wintertime means a lot of salt on the road and a lot of danger for her paws. So we started trying to do that. It was kind of funny to see how she reacted to it. She did okay, but she definitely doesn't know what to do with it. It takes a while to get them on her because she doesn't love them that much. It's definitely easier than most things are, as far as it's not as much of a fight as I expected to get them on her. But it's definitely a fight once in a while, and she's definitely not the biggest fan. But we finally got them on her, and we got her to use them for the last 2 walks, and they work really well for keeping her paws safer from all the yucky salt and ice and stuff. And they have a little reflective strip on them so that they keep her pretty safe as far as visibility goes for any cars that go by. Even though we do have a flashlight, and I keep a flashlight on me when I'm walking her, but still, the visibility of the reflectiveness helps as well. We're getting a lot of very short trees, which is fine by me, I guess. Whoa, lag. I just want to grow some of these trees around the garden to make it a little bit foresty again, and grow some grass and stuff around it too, since we've been, come on, hey, since we've been taking out grass by trying to terraform and stuff. It hasn't been working that well. And it looks all barren again, so I think we need some bone meal down for some flowers and grass to return to the area. I think we need more bone meal as well. Goodness gracious, I'm getting lost in all these trees. And I think it just looks better to have this a little more natural looking and filled in again. I'd like it to be more tall trees for once, but they're actually more short trees. The one time you want tall trees, you don't get them. It was quite a fight to get the freaking boots on her last night because she was tired and she wanted to just get outside, but I got them on eventually. Once they're on, she's okay with them. She walks kind of funny because she's confused about it, but she's okay with them being on her feet and she's not trying to tear them off unless they start moving around too much on her, which they do once in a while. Come on, there we go. Oh goodness, lag. I just want some tall trees here, and there's not really many that want to grow in. I guess it's good for if we need to harvest these for wood at any point in time, that they're mostly short. I'm gonna need more bone meal to even finish this project. Dang. I guess we gotta go get some more bones from the chest. And maybe some more saplings so we can fill in this whole platform. I know I can let them grow on their own, but I want to see how it looks, so I want it to be grown so I can see where they are and how they look before I leave it alone. I know I have to get off soon and I still was going to work on the house today, but it's fine to just work on one project for today, I guess. Hopefully before we get off we can also trade with the villagers to get some XP to heal our shovel. She's getting much better at walks though. The whole point of walks was to get her used to leash behavior because she's pretty bad with pulling her leash in most situations, and she doesn't respond to training when it comes to pulling her leash. She only responds to corrections over time, which by correction I don't mean tugging her real bad, I just mean either stopping and letting her rebalance herself and learn that she's not getting where she wants to go unless she slows down, or giving a slight little tug on the line and telling her no pulls or telling her the correction term, and then continuing once she stops pulling. Because she's pretty bad about the second the leash is on, she wants to run. She's actually, ironically, much better off-leash than she is on-leash, as far as her actual behavior and how well she stays with you. She has a 10 times better recall and response to training when she's off-leash, but of course, like I've mentioned before, I'm not going to keep my dog off-leash just because she responds better off-leash. I'm not going to do that as a risk to her, as a risk to other people, as a risk to, like, other dogs. It's not, there's too many unknown factors, there's too much risk of her getting out in the road or something happening to her. It's not gonna happen. It's not something that I feel comfortable and safe doing in any way. So she does not get off-leash time besides very specific situations where she's safe and away from other people and away from other dogs and there's no other risks in the area. And obviously because we're going by a main road, I'm not going to keep her off leash. That's just dangerous. So she has to be on leash for walks, and she has to be on leash in many situations, which means she has to learn how to behave on leash, which is what we're trying to work on with the nightly walks, which is slowly working, very slowly. She is slowly responding better to the cue of no pulling or easy. She's immediately not pulling nearly as much as she initially used to. She's learning to respond better to the little leash tugs of correction. She's learning to respond better to verbal commands and come back when called or when spoken to. She's learning a lot of different behaviors for staying near the road, like when I say cross, and to like learn cross for crossing the road, to learn goodness gracious, to learn
out of the road as a command because she tends to wander into the road a little too much. Oh, that has a beehive. Nice. We have bees. I guess we ended up with bees near the garden anyways. I need to light up this area as well, because I don't really want mobs spawning in here that much. I guess we can do that real quick too. Like, I don't want a bunch of mobs hiding in these woods, because I tend to use it for collecting wood anyways, and because I don't want mobs ending up in the garden when I'm in it. And the more focused we make the spawn radius for our mob hunting on the main platform, the better spawns we get. No, 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 no. Why? I backed away. Seriously? It's so dumb. He really shouldn't have exploded there. Now we gotta try to fill this in while being attacked by other mobs. Like, I literally have no way to fill this in unless I find a way to mine out some more dirt somehow. I guess we'll do it like that. There we go. Now we gotta replant these, or re-stabilize these, I guess. There's no way to really replant them. Get our bone meal back out. Bone meal this tree. Place some torches down. Place some bone meal down for some flowers and things. I just like the concept of having this a little better filled in. I think it looks much better like this than it was a little bit ago. And then if we ever need oak wood, we have plenty of it. My phone's going off quite a few times. I don't know why. I don't think I sent streaks earlier too, so I have to send streaks. It's weird because sometimes I feel like Nixie is, on the topic of dogs, I guess, sometimes I feel like Nixie's like really struggling and she's never gonna get better, and I'm struggling really bad with training her, and I can't handle the overwhelming frustration of trying to train a dog that isn't responding to training. And then I have to kind of step back and remind myself, like, to look at the progress in those cases, because when I do feel like she's not progressing, she is. She's doing so much better than she was just a few months ago, even sometimes just a few weeks ago. Like, she's getting better. It's such a process, and it's so hard to, it's like, for example, having a kid and watching them grow up. Like, you're not realizing how much they're growing up day to day. You're realizing when you look back at old photos and at cases of them responding to situations better, and at cases of, like, their grade level changing, and their intelligence changing, and the conversations you have changing, and all these different things, like, culminating over time. You're not really noticing immediately. And that's the same thing with her and her training. Like, you're not noticing progress because I'm constantly around her. I'm constantly seeing just each day as an individual day, not thinking about the 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago or how she was as a puppy or all those things, because that's just a lot to think about at once. Like, so I have to kind of remind myself that A, she's still young, so she still has plenty of time to learn, and B, she's doing so much better than she was. Go away. Driving me nuts. Not what I meant to do. Which is why I like talking to Beth the other day, because Beth has seen her progress since she was a puppy, and like me being able to tell her, because I was like, oh, she's still a handful, but then I was like, well, we take her on nightly walks, and you know, she hasn't barked at really like most of the people around the apartment most times, and she can take car rides, and I can get her out on car rides on my own. And like all those simple little things, those things I could never dream of doing when she started being reactive, and even when she was just a puppy in training and things like that was never something that was like goals that we set during stress training to possibly achieve someday, not something that she was able to do at the moment. So she's like, well, that's amazing. And I was like, oh yeah, it is. That actually is quite a bit of a difference from what it was, I guess. It's weird. It's the same thing as yourself, I guess. Like when you're losing weight or when you're growing up or changing, you don't see yourself that way. I don't see Nixie that way because I am used to her. She's around me all the time. She's definitely still a pain in my butt. She's just an improving work in progress pain in my butt, I guess. I really want to fill in this whole thing, but I can't bone meal this whole thing because I don't have enough bone meal for that. So let's just place down some more to grow on their own over time. I don't know why today ended up being dog rambles. I quite like it, talking about it, but it's like, that's the topic of the day my brain decided to fixate on, I guess. Let's use the last bone meal just to toss some flowers down. And let's toss some more trees around this area. And we'll probably put a couple trees around the entrance too, but for now we're going to leave it as like sticking out of the forest, so the forest is behind it mostly. Ta-da! It looks nice. I like the setup. We'll look at it from up in the house where we can see a little better of the progress. The next night we have to hunt mobs because I just ran out of bones from all that project. Let's go look at it from up in the house since we're gonna go to the storage room anyways. And we need to put away some things. I'm thinking the kitchen will be on this bottom floor. I wanted to originally work from top to bottom of decorating things so that I had like a system to what I'm doing and I have something that's actually working. The problem is working top to bottom means I have to know what I'm doing on the bottom because I have to know what I'm doing on the top. So I think it's going to be more sporadic of like I slowly decorate rooms based on what I'm focusing on for a room, because I think that's the only way that I'm going to actually get things done. We definitely have plenty of leather. I want to trade the leather off, but then I remind myself that I can't because I need that for making bookshelves and things in the future. Let's take all this to trade so we can fix our shovel some. We need more coal in our inventory. We ran out of coal from how many torches we made. Coal. Coal, coal. Okay, let's make a few more torches just so we have them sitting there. Yeah, I think that's all. Let's go trade with the villagers if we can. What do we think? Yeah, it looks really good with that, actually. It looks like an actual little forest with something sticking out of it. I really do think we'll take down these 2 levels here one of the times I'm off stream and have the focus to intensely do a big project like that. It won't take that long. Maybe I'll even do it today before I get off. These will be good to trade with the villagers if the villagers have reset their trades. Okay. Let's go trade with some villagers to repair this shovel, because the shovel's at like half durability. Let's take some of this. Let's put away this. Let's take these. I'm not going to deal with the garden because I've already dealt with the garden. I need to remember to actually hold the shovel out when I go to trade with them because I have a habit of forgetting that. Where's the cleric? There he is. Buy a few of those just for fun. Butchers. I was trying to remember where I was going next. Butcher villagers. Almost healed it. I can buy some cooked pork chops since I have them. I can sell some sticks if they'll buy any. I still have too much pork and not any trades for it. I don't know what else to use emeralds for to be able to get this healed the rest of the way. Normally I can heal all my things at once, but because this is pretty down, it's hard to heal it. We already have a gray cat, I think. I guess we can just trade with them for some things. And then we can just... There we go. Now I can do. There we go. We sorted at it. We healed the shovel at least, which was the worst one. The axe kind of heals itself over time from killing mobs. And the pickaxe will heal from getting some coal or something with. We need more diamonds, but I haven't really found any in the mines we were in. Put this away. Alright, do we want to decorate the house? We're supposed to. Do we want to? Not really. I don't want to. I have a massive headache. I need to drink more water. It's okay, puppy. Let's go check on the stuff over here. I think it looks quite good. I think it's a nice little area for keeping up with some things. And if I need wood, I always have oak wood now, for sure. Plenty of it. And it feels like a nice little whimsical forest again instead of being just a mess like it was. I was gonna check this wandering trader. That's why I wanted to come over here. Come here, trader. What do you have? Nothing particularly useful. Hopefully these trees will grow in on their own. We have to be in the area, so we'll have to spend some time in the garden or something to get them to. God, my head is hurting. I think the up dosage will help because my brain is a little calmer, not a lot calmer, besides the massive headache. But I'm also majorly dehydrated, which is what my head likes to do when it's dehydrated, so. What I need to do is use my migraine treatment more often. I just haven't in a while. My migraine treatment works really well. For anyone that's dealing with migraines and has the investment money for it, I would recommend Cephally. I really like it. It's one of the only things that's worked for me that I wanted to try because of the fact that I don't like medication. And it's a non-medication, non-habit forming concept. Of course, I said I don't like medication, and then I ended up on a very addictive controlled substance for medication, so gotta love it. But that wasn't really my choice. That was a last-ditch resort to try to have some mental clarity and sanity. I don't actually know what's going on today, so I don't actually know if I have to get off. I think he might want to go to his buddy's house, so maybe I'll end up staying on Minecraft or getting back on later. I don't know. He kept mentioning things, but then not fully asking, and I don't know. I don't keep up with what he's going on about because he just constantly changes plans last second. I don't even know what I'm doing this weekend, really. I think we're supposed to go to the junkyard to get a few things for his truck and for me. Anyways, I don't know if he's working tomorrow or not. I don't know. I think we're supposed to go to the junkyard tomorrow because there's some parts for both of our rigs that we want there. I think, yeah, I don't know. There's really nothing planned this weekend, I guess. I'd like to move my things, but that still hasn't happened, so I don't know. I've literally said this for weeks now, that I still have stuff at my father's house that I didn't move, that I would like to move, and it still has not gotten moved. So, and I'll have to call our landlord and let her know when we move things, because I'm sure she's going to be like, you're moving someone new into the house, we're going to evict you because you're not allowed to have someone new in the house. And I'm like, it's not anything new, it's just my stuff, there's nobody else, I promise. Maybe I can go see a friend or something if he's going to his friend's house tonight. Maybe this weekend I can go see a friend if he's not busy. I don't know. It's really annoying to not know what my weekend plans are, because I need things to be planned out. But that's what happens, I guess. It's nice to not have to rush around for the weekend, at least as far as I know, but I don't know what else is going on. Shouldn't there be 10 pieces of cactus? Why do I only have 9? So maybe I'll end up streaming this weekend if he ends up out of the house or I don't have anything else to do. But it's a very big maybe, because usually on the weekend if I do get to play Minecraft, I like to stay off stream and just do stuff that doesn't really need to be recorded, like tasks and this sort of stuff. I don't know. I really don't know if I'm even going to be like able to play Minecraft at all. So it depends. I am, however, going to go to the bathroom myself and go bring the dog out, I think. Oh, but I was gonna hunt mobs tonight. No, I'll hunt mobs another night, because I gotta go to the bathroom and I gotta bring the dog out before she starts getting all needing to go out really bad. Let me sleep. I'm trying to check my phone. My mom messaged me. Sorry for all the ticking of my keyboard. I was answering messages. My mom was messaging me, and then my dad messaged me, and then a couple other people messaged me, and then I was checking on other things. And of course, my friend that I was really close with growing up moved back into our hometown, and I don't live in our hometown anymore, so I can't see her. She was actually in this town as well for a while that I live in right now, but she wasn't around enough to be able to visit much. I really don't want to get up and bring the dog out because she's so tired and being good. But I do have to bring her out before it gets too hectic outside, so I'm gonna pause. I will be right back. Thank you guys for joining if you guys leave while I'm gone, but I will be back in a little bit.
And welcome back. I got distracted with the side task, so it took me a little bit longer than it should have. Side task being I was curious if the cleaner we have upstairs for the bathroom was actually able to clean the sink, like little ring that we had in the bottom of the sink, because it was driving me nuts. So I put that on the sink, and then I went and brought the dog out, and then I went back and tried to clean the sink, and I realized I still had a stream going, so I had to get back to stream. Yeah, my brain's a little sidetracked. Weirdly, my extra thoughts are actually a little quieter. It's just I get focused on things randomly, as usual. But I want to hunt mobs, so I'm waiting for the nighttime, which should be sort of soon. It is. I'm stalling because I don't think I'll make it to finishing a room of the house right now, so I kind of have to leave that for now. Let's do this. Good girl, lay down. I don't know what's going on this weekend, so I don't know what's going on tonight. I asked him if he was working tomorrow. Yeah, I assume he's going to his friends tonight then. He's not working tomorrow. He's not working tomorrow, which means he'll probably go to his friends overnight tonight, I assume, since he usually asks me to do that every time that he doesn't have work. I like the glowing of the forest over there because of all the lights we added. So, oh lag. Ooh lag. So I might be streaming more tonight. I don't know. That depends on what he's doing. Because if he's going to his friends, I might just stream some more. Honestly, I don't know. I know he was asking to go to his friends anyways to work on his truck a little, but I don't know if he wants to go there overnight now because he's not working tomorrow or what. I don't know. I never know what he's planning until freaking last second. And he's always planning it in his head ahead of time. What's funny is that it's been like, what, 4 weeks now of him consistently going to his friend's house every weekend, and yet still if I say like, hey, can you spend the night here instead of at your friend's, he's like, I don't get to do anything. What? Dude, you've left to a friend's house more often than I ever have. I don't even have friends to go to their house. But I'm not gonna argue. Plus, the more he's gone, the more we get to play Minecraft, so win-win. It's a nice way to look at it, isn't it? I want skeletons. I want bones. Bones are the goal for the night. And maybe rotten flesh, but more so bones. Because we need to resupply the stacks on stacks that we've used. We're doing much better on levels than we have in quite a while. Weirdly. I wish I could just specifically target the rider when it's the baby zombie rider. Surprised it didn't run off to try to ride that spider. I just want skellies. The one time I want them to spawn, they're not spawning.
That is how the universe works. I want skellies. Why are they not spawning in here? There's some. Or one. Two. And I want to use the looting sword because I want more bones, even though it more so just gives me more bows instead of more bones. There we go. They weren't spawning because it was too early in the night. Now the mobs are starting to roll in. Now the mobs are starting to spawn in. About time. Not what I meant to do. Skellies and zombies are the main goal. Why do skellies not want to spawn? That was almost bad. There's some skellies. And of course he thought I was shooting at him. So he's ticked. Oh well. I wasn't in fact shooting at him, but I still killed him anyways. Come on. I want these dang skellies. I need their bones. We already need to drop some extra stuff off the cliff to get rid of inventory space. Gotta love it. Who messaged me? Oh. Sometimes I wish my Instagram could just like have only one person for notifications, honestly. There's only really one person I talk to on Instagram that I want to hear from. Maybe two people. Once in a while. Why does my phone keep going off? It's literally like my parents and my partner, repeatedly. And that's it. And it's irritating, because you think that it's someone else. There's so many mobs, I want to bow them all, because I want to have them not despawn. But then I get in the conundrum of trying to get their stuff because I bowed them all. I need to kill this witch first. And then I need to kill the creeper. And then I can kill the zombies. I need to have an order to things. And then I can kill the skelly. I hear a skelly. Okay, we ran out of inventory space. And it looks like the mobs are done spawning anyways, so let's drop the extra bows. And that's why I hate using looting on these skellies, because there's so many bows you get. Someone's using like a power tool or something outside, and it sounds weird. It sounds like it's coming through the wall. It's so strange. Maybe it's like a weird vacuum or something next door. I don't know. Maybe they just have a weirdly loud vacuum. Yeah, I think it's like a weirdly loud vacuum in one of the apartments next door. So, as I mentioned before, our apartment complex has this lovely way of communicating with its people, with its tenants, called passive-aggressive notes that they send as apartment reminders every so often, which are lovely to get. We get them multiple times a year, because people break the rules multiple times a year and they get very mad about it, and instead of telling the people in specific, they just send a like building-wide little note that's like, here's a reminder of this, here's a reminder of this, here's a reminder of this, like, you can't do this because of your lease, you can't do this because of your lease, you need to do this because of your lease, and like that sort of thing, which is funny because you'd think they'd just, you know, get the person that's doing it in trouble and deal with it and that's it, but nope, they have to remind everyone because they want to be passive-aggressive. So they did one of those again because of the fact that it's wintertime, so they have to do all the reminders for wintertime and all of the reminders that have been going on now. So like they did a reminder that's like, the walls aren't soundproofed, be respectful of your neighbors, and quiet hours are X to like this time to this time, be respectful of your neighbors, and then the reminder about to park your cars on the other side for snow, for plowing, and all those usual things. And it just cracks me up that they send it instead of, you know, just asking people that are dealing with it. Because usually they're like, you're not supposed to do this. And it's like for example, they're like, no visiting dogs are allowed on the property at any time, of any, like, in any cases, and no visiting animals are allowed on the property, and you will get warned if you have a visiting animal on the property, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, you're obviously saying that because you think that someone has a visiting animal. So why don't you just go to said person with said visiting animal and tell them, you cannot have a visiting animal, here's your warning. You know, like, it's just weird that they don't just directly do it. I guess that's how most people are, is being passive-aggressive instead of dealing with things, but you'd think because they own the apartment, they'd want to, you know, like, keep up with it. So for example, if they're just sending those warnings, they can't evict you over it. For example, like, so they say like, oh, if you do this, you're going to get in trouble and get evicted in the warning. To be able to evict someone that's doing that thing, they have to give them a separate warning that's individual and say, stop doing this by this time or you will get an eviction notice. And then they have to wait and make sure that they stop it by that time, or they give them an eviction notice. So it's like, if they want it to be actually getting someone in trouble, they have to start by giving them the individual warning. Otherwise, they have to give an individual warning after the fact, because of how the laws work and things, and because of how their system works of how you get removed from an apartment. So, either they just really don't want to remove people, or they're just really dumb in how they're doing their process. Either one's probably as likely as the other. Now, why did my phone go off? 2 from my partner. 1 from my mom, and 2 from my partner. You. I didn't say that out loud. Shush. It's nice. We're trying to get Christmas money. I'm gonna have to be the one that saves up for Christmas money, I think, because we're trying to get Christmas money, and literally every time he is asked to do extra work on the weekend for overtime to have extra Christmas money, he has been denied. They're like, nope, we don't want to come in, because there has to be a boss, since he's not a boss. There has to be a boss that comes in. So, the last week it was his boss didn't want to come in, and then this week it's because they don't have enough work, and they won't let him do different work, because they don't have a boss coming in for that side of the street, because there's 2 sides of the street that they work on. So,
for example, he has to work on the other side, that he works on one side of the street all week, and if he was coming in over the weekend, he'd have to work on the other side of the street. But because they don't have work on the other side of the street, they're like, you can't come in. And he's like, well, can't I just come in and do what I normally do during the week? And they're like, no, you can't do that. So it's just a never-ending battle. And if he can't get any overtime within the next couple weeks, we're not going to have much Christmas money besides what I can try to scrounge together. And I already spent some of my money yesterday because I am impulsive, so yay. And it's getting dangerously close to when I need to start buying him birthday presents and buying Christmas presents and stuff, so I kind of have to know what we have for money, and we're not going to have any, I don't think, so I'm going to have to do it myself, which is possible. It's just very annoying and very difficult. It means I won't have the majority of it until the beginning of December, because I don't get paid a big amount until the beginning of December. And it means I'll have to, like, save every penny that I possibly can of the money that I earn. So, possible, just very annoying. We're gonna have a bunch of storage dirt because of how much we're gonna take out from this platform. I decided to take this platform out before we get off today, I guess. I just kind of impulsively started doing it. I'm like, well... But yeah, I don't know, I grew up with, like, trying to make Christmas special, like, as far as one side of my family always tried to make Christmas pretty special, so I like to try to make it special, even though I don't believe in the holiday that much as a whole, and I definitely still want to get, like, my parents something and that sort of thing, so I have to have some money, and what we try to do is put a budget for each other based on what we have, and just let each other use that budget. But I think last year it was $200, I think, but I think I ended up spending like $300 on him, and he spent like $100 on me, and then the extra $100 he just did as like an IOU, and I think I spent it on a couple bills that I needed to pay, and crystals over time. And I think I finally finished that budget by like halfway through the next year. So, I don't know. It's weird because I'm not that difficult of a person to get gifts for, but, you know. But I already had to think about everything Christmas because of the fact that my mom wanted a Christmas list already to start shopping, and my dad needed a Christmas list to start shopping, and I'm like, I don't want to think about it. I'm very much so the type of person to just completely ignore Christmas until the week before, but I can't do that because most of the things that I get for gifts are offline and they need time to ship and arrive, especially because a lot of them I get from like Etsy and things, so they need time to be made before they get shipped to arrive. And then if you wait until last minute, you're not going to get things on time because of the fact that shipping gets even worse the closer to Christmas that you get because of the timing of everything and how much everyone's ordering online and everything. I also can't even think about Christmas because I still have to think about Thanksgiving. I don't like Thanksgiving as a holiday either, but I usually try to go to one of my parents' houses to, like, be there and celebrate and eat some food. Thanksgiving's a really messed up holiday anyways, but, like, what am I gonna do? Just ignore it, really? I could stay home, I guess, but I prefer to spend time, like, over at my dad's or something because my dad cooks really good food, usually on Thanksgiving. I wonder why the world's lagging. There's only, like, tons of dirt sitting on the ground. Let's pick this up. It's weird because I'm trying to think of things that I can do on my own that, like, I can have some sort of independence or get out of the house some or something, and I can never think of anything because usually I have to either bring the dog or endure him complaining about it, or, like, have to make it quick because I don't want him
complaining about being home, so it's like, I don't know. There's not much choices when it involves either bringing a dog or like making a quick trip. And most of the people that I know in person don't really spend time around me, so it's like, One of my close friends actually was talking to me that he had had a pretty intense time mentally lately, so I feel really bad and I want to like be there for him, but him and I haven't talked in a really long time, so I'm just kind of giving him his space to, if he wants a friend, he can ask for it, but I'm not going to barge in and be like, I need to be your friend and be there for you. Every day I get closer to being just like admitting myself into a mental institution and letting everyone else figure crap out. But I can't leave you behind, huh, puppy dog? The good thing about, speaking on dog matter, the good thing about the walks her and I have been doing is her and I have been bonding a lot better, so she has a lot more attachment to me than she used to, because she used to be really particularly attached to just him, but she has a lot more attachment to me because of the fact that we're doing a lot more bonding of like being, A, we're alone together all the time anyways, and B, she's actually able to do more fun things with me now because of the getting outside for the nightly walks and stuff like that, so it's just helping her be a little closer with me, which is nice, because it kind of creates the better respect for training and things like that too, since the more that we have up a bond, the more she respects my commands for training and my judgment on when she's nervous about something and I'm not, and that sort of thing. Which is what the theory is for me for training her, is I'm hoping that if I can get her comfortable enough, I can teach her that if I'm not nervous about a situation, she doesn't need to be. Because that's one of the biggest things with reactivity and anxiety in dogs, is they feed off of you. So if you're anxious, they're anxious. If you're mad, they're anxious, like that sort of thing. So I want to be able to teach her like that if I'm calm, she can be calm, but because she's so high anxiety, she doesn't trust that yet. So it's kind of a level of, you have to spend more time with her and more time developing a bond to be able to have her trust that, of like, oh, mom's calm, so I can be calm, type of thing. Which is, it's hard for me to be calm about situations anyways, so that's kind of an added difficulty to the equation of like, is mom calm? Am I able to be calm? I just need bones. I need bones. I don't really need all this XP, I need bones. Thank you, bones. I will take it. I will gladly take it. Using up some arrows since we have so many of them. We have stacks of arrows, so may as well use them. Wow, evidently may as well waste some since I can't land hits. That was lucky that that creeper turned, because I would have missed him if he didn't turn and start walking. Really, he stopped just before it. Okay, let's go get all this stuff. This stuff's gonna cause a bunch of lag. Hey, zombies. I'll take a bunch of zombie kills. Oh, I hate these things. Little annoying dudes. I'm surprised that shot worked. We need to collect this stuff before it starts despawning. We're slowly getting more bones again. It literally like makes them almost always drop a bow when you use looting, which is so annoying. Clouds up your inventory way too fast. My head hurts so bad that it's a little hard to focus on talking. I poured myself another glass of water, but I haven't drank any of it, so it was kind of useless to pour the cup of water. Like, ah yes, I'll hydrate. Doesn't use the cup of water to actually hydrate. Yes, hydration. Look at those shots. That was almost bad. I thought that was a crit and it wasn't. For whatever reason. Nixie, relax. I will have to mute soon. It is almost time for him to be home. That door might have been him, and that might be why she's roughing. I'm not sure. I can't differentiate car door noises very much.
cat laser, so I'm not surprised she eats snow.
I am back. I was muted for a minute because she was pretty hyper, but now she's calmed a little, so. I probably will be streaming for a little longer tonight because he's going to go do some work on his truck, so I guess I have longer to stream, which means maybe we'll get some stuff actually done for the house. I don't know. I can probably at least get the kitchen done, considering I know how to design the kitchen pretty easily, and that's a design I already know and like, so that wouldn't take that long. And we got extra iron from a couple mining trips, so we should have plenty of iron for the few iron things we need of it. She's currently going out to go to the bathroom, because she usually has to go to the bathroom when he gets home. She was super loud, that's why I muted. She barked a little, but then she was mostly just doing her excited, like, growl sounds, like, if you've ever heard, like, huskies or pit bulls talk, it's kind of like that, like, they're excited growls and type of noises. And they're really cute, we love them, but they're very loud at times, so I had to stay muted so you guys didn't get an earful. So. First order of business is finishing that platform, though. I'd like to finish that platform. I'd like to also get this rain out of here. Doesn't seem to be working. There it is. I was trying to tell when it was nighttime to get the rain out. Ow, that was my wrist popping. Sorry for that being directly next to the microphone. I normally don't actually pop my wrist that way. I usually just, to stretch my wrists a little when they're cramping up, I just kind of push them against my chin. And it doesn't usually crack, but that one popped pretty bad. What, he just got out of his car when you're...
Yeah, he was just getting out of his car when we were out there.
Yeah.
Next thing he's got his wheelchair.
Nixie, your paws are cold and wet against my
Nixie,
feet.
Nixie, here. Come here.
Go get Dad.
Come here. Paw. Good girl. Good girl. Yes, good girl. Other paw. Nixie. Other paw. Other paw. Other paw.
Teaching her paw is slowly becoming useful in a lot of things because we need to dry her paws off when she comes inside, and like to put the boots on before she goes outside for the night and stuff like that. It's not that useful considering she's finicky on when she wants to listen about it, but it sort of works.
She like half listens, so it's helpful half the time.
That's kind of how we describe everything about her, though.
Yeah.
She's only helpful half the time. We're going to need to repair this shovel before we finish this platform, I think. Which is kind of upsetting, because I don't know if we have enough XP. Oh, you puppy dog. You watching Dad? Are you leaving? Okay, I'll mute. Say bye. Alrighty, we are back in session. The puppy dog might be a bit of a nuisance for a little bit. Fair warning to you all for warning of whining in the background. She's not used to him leaving again after he gets home, so she'll be a little sad. Right now she's pacing and whining a little, but she hasn't quite caught on that he's not coming back in the house. Once she catches on, she'll be a little bit of a nuisance, and then she'll lay down. I'm gonna give her some love in a second so she calms down a little better. But he's going to go fix his vehicle, so I'm gonna keep streaming Minecraft because I have nothing better to do. I'll probably get off at some point before he gets home because of the fact that I do want to do some tarot reading and stuff later, and maybe finish off a book or two, because I really need to finish reading books since I still have my book goal, and I still am like 20 books away from getting to my book goal for the year. And we have a month left of the year, so... Granted, I don't really want to do anything like reading or tarot right this second because my head hurts really bad. So, for now, I'm leaving it alone. And we're just going to keep playing Minecraft. Fair warning, I probably will be a little bit quiet and a little bit on random tangents for the rest of it. Like back and forth between being dead silent and then going on random tangents because what I like to call my brain fizz is kicking in, where and it's kicking in because of this really bad migraine I have right now. I call it brain fizz. Most people call it brain fog. For me, I call it brain fizz because it feels more like fizz than fog to me most of the time, where it feels like my brain's trying to function, but it just has static instead of having actual connection to things. So I call it brain fizz because it feels like my brain is just slowly static fizzing out and surfing through channels and not quite finding anything, if that makes any sense. So I call it the brain fizz moment, and it's starting to kick in pretty bad because of how bad this headache is and because of being this long of sitting on the same couch. I'm trying to chug more water to see if that'll help. I don't know if it will or not. Puppy dog, come here, honey. You're alright. Come here. Dad will be back later, okay, honey? It's okay. I know you missed him and now he's leaving again, huh? You missed him and now he's leaving again. You were so happy to see him. Good girl. Come here, babies. Lay down, honey. I always feel so bad because she gets so happy and then she's just very confused. Like, where'd you go? Leave the kitty cat alone, honey. Don't take your anger out on the kitty cat. Nixie. Nixie. I don't need to speak sternly for you to listen, puppy dog. Nixie. 1 second. There we go. She's starting to settle a little. Need to give her some love and get her to reassure her a little bit. That'll look a lot better with that flattened, I think, and then we'll probably end up flattening that too to match, just because me needing things to match is a little bit of a common issue. I get why bow drops are such a common thing with skellies, but I really wish they weren't sometimes. They drive me a little nuts. A lot of things drive me a little nuts, as you guys know. That's kind of my common saying. But it's like you're trying to get everything but bows, and you just get your inventory congested with a bunch of bows for no reason, and it's really annoying. Like, ah yes, here's the bow you ordered, and the 3rd bow, and the 4th bow, and the 5th bow, and the 7th bow, and then you have a full inventory. Why do I have a full inventory? Because you got bows. I cannot believe I snuck a shot in there. I think I got a llama, not the skelly though. I'm fine with getting some of these spiders too. String is useful for making wool out of to trade. It's pretty much all it's currently useful for, but come on. Really? I missed him twice. That's some nice lag. Probably from the crowding of items on the ground. That is a lot of zombies that just spawned in. Holy heck. How did this many zombies spawn in? I'll take it, but holy heck. Why did like 10 zombies spawn in one little cluster, and why the heck did only a couple of them drop rotten flesh? Let's work from this direction over. I'd like to shoot that skelly before it despawns. And I'll shoot that spider too, for the hell of it. Shoot the skelly. Shoot the skelly. Or not. My bow reset. Holy heck. Make sure we get all this stuff while we still can. I love how inconsistent Endermen are. Like, you can walk straight through their face and they're not going to target you, but you look slightly in their direction while aiming a shot and they start jumping your bones. This is one of the worst migraines I have had in a very long time. Probably not a good sign on the day that I up dosage with meds. But at the same time, I'm chronically dehydrated for the last 2 weeks straight, so it could be that kicking in as well, so I don't know. That's why I never really associate anything with meds or any of the... I never associate things in the way that they should be because there's so many factors that my body decides to start having a riot over. Could be like I have 1 too little cups of water or something and my body decides to throw a full-scale riot. Because it's happened before. It's not entirely new of a concept for my body to throw a freaking hissy fit over stupid things that don't make sense to the moment. It's alright, puppy dog. You can lay down and relax. Lay down and relax, honey. He's not coming back for a while, I know. He'll be back later. We're getting quite the shots off for the moment. Surprised it's not lagging more with how much drops we have on the ground right now. Well, let's start collecting. I know I should go in the other direction first since that's where we started shooting, but we should have longer before it despawns, so. I should be able to just make a big ol' roundabout on the map and be fine. Let's repair our shovel using this. I just realized a little late that we could use our shovel to pick up this XP so that we repair it. Relax, puppy dog, it's alright. It's alright. Shh, 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 shh. Well, that sort of repaired our shovel. Better than it was, that's for sure. It's okay, puppy dog. You can lay down, honey. Dad won't come back till later, honey. I know you're gonna be on edge for a while wondering where he is, huh? Let's go toss some of this stuff into the abyss. I also might do the rest of this off stream. I mean, like, I really want to have a really long stream today, but I kind of want to play off stream so I can just have, like, Supernatural on in the background. Because I really want to finish this round of Supernatural, because I have another show to watch. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome back to the stream. We're kind of at the point where I'm hitting like 3 hours and a little tired, so I'm just chilling, talking about random stuff that comes to mind while my brain slowly fizzes out of existence. I have the world's worst headache right now, so it's a little bit unfocused of chats. But I hope you're doing well. move this stuff back in and let's go put the rest of the stuff away. I really want to pick up the XP with the shovel so it fixes it, but it won't fix it. Our pickaxe will get fixed by the coal we have to mine in that platform there. We're slowly resupplying our bones. We've got a little over a stack. We're definitely resupplying our rotten flesh, but we're always resupplying our rotten flesh. Some dirt. Back to finishing this terraforming. Hopefully. I think it looks a lot better with this platform taken out, because it gives us a much better view of the garden from far away, and this forest from far away. We really do need to spend the time to finish the house so that we can start working on other projects like a blacksmith type of setup for all of the like blast furnace and stone cutters and anvil and that sort of thing. A witch tower for brewing, a library as a decorative build, also my partner pointed out that I forgot about this version. I was talking about using the book as a follower special and just putting it in an item frame on display, and he reminded me that I can use a lectern and actually display the book so that it's showing your guys' names sitting on the lectern, which would be pretty cool. So I can actually use it as like a little lectern setup instead of just doing the item frame that I was thinking about, because I keep forgetting lecterns are actually a functional block. I'm sorry, dog, I can't tame you. I have too many tame dogs already. Well, I only have 2 tame dogs, but I have a lot of tame cats, so I need to not tame you. Nixie, what are you chewing on? What are you chewing on? Casual, really loud noise from a broken couch. Oh, you know what I can do, actually? I can make this stone part be useful by going and getting our silk touch pickaxe to mine the stone instead of using our mending one. Because if I use the silk touch one, I can get stone instead of getting cobblestone, and then I can go trade the stone to the villager in the village that trades for stone. So I think that'll give us some XP back to repair our shovel and emeralds, and instead of having a bunch of cobble just to toss in the chest, we'll actually have a use of it. So, hey puppy, it's alright. You want attention? Come on, puppy. I know you're sad. Come here. Oh, the kisses. Oh, the kisses. Oh, the puppy kisses. Oh, the puppy kisses. You come in here. Don't stand on my lap, please. You're very heavy. You're very heavy to be just standing on my lap. Here. Hi, babies.
Little push. Little push. You're alright. You're okay, honey. I did unmute my mic, right? Yeah, I did. Goodness gracious. Forever asking you guys if I unmuted my mic. I'm such a professional streamer, aren't I? We definitely need to find a use for this dirt pretty quick. Filling in some things, probably. There's probably quite a few places I can fill in some more. Let's go get our Silk Touch pick. We can actually probably put mending on that so that it does get repaired from things, too. But I wanted efficiency 5 on it is the thing. So that's why I didn't put mending on it yet. What doing, puppy dog? I'm just enchanting random books because why not? Nothing actually useful though. Do we have efficiency 3 of another book? Probably. But I think we probably put it in with the books we didn't need. Do we have an efficiency 4 trade? I don't remember. I don't think we do. Do we have an efficiency 4 option for enchant? So I can just go buy a pickaxe. We have Unbreaking 3, which could be efficiency 4. So let's go buy a pickaxe really quick from the villager so we can... Nixie, stop that. No. No licking and chewing the cords. Power cords are not good for you. Nixie. Hey. Get out of there. Puppy dog. Come here. I swear to God, this dog sometimes. Puppy dog. Come here. Up here. Get out of the corner. Get out of the corner. I'm not kidding. This is not a haha joke time. This is a relax time. Just aggressively baby talks my dog to get her to listen to me. Nixie, stop it. Puppy dog, come here. Here's your puppy dog. Come here. Come here, baby. Where's my dude that sells me? No. Where's my dude that sells me the dang pickaxe? I think it's this guy. Unless he's a weaponsmith. No, he's a toolsmith. Pickaxe. I could actually buy a lot of efficiency 2s, I guess. Make efficiency 3, efficiency 4, and then combine it. That would give a lot of trades. But I think that'd be kind of a waste of my time. Nixie, no. Hey. No. Stop that. This dog sometimes. Let's grindstone it. Let's try Unbreaking 3 to see if we can get efficiency 4. We can. There we go. So we can then just combine to get efficiency 5, and then combine mending onto it. So Silk Touch efficiency 5. Unbreaking 3 and mending. Alright. Nixie, stop it. I'm gonna lose my mind, dog. I really should be wearing my blue light glasses instead of my comfy glasses. My blue light glasses are comfy, but I got them specifically for the case of when I'm sitting in front of a screen all the time and I keep forgetting that I have them instead of using them when I'm doing stuff like this all day. They have a little bit of blue light protection so that they help my eyes and head adjust to the being on the screen all day.
It was supposed to be for when I'm working, because I work in front of a computer, but I also forget to wear them when I'm working, so they haven't proven to be that useful. They'd be useful if I remembered to wear them, probably. Oh, come on. I might pause to go get my blue light glasses since my head is bugging me, and it might be bugging me because of the screen a bit. It's been a while of sitting in front of a TV screen. Granted, I'm semi-far from my TV screen. Not as far as I should be, but I am, like, a decent amount from my TV screen while I'm doing this. I have to be a little close to it because we have a small apartment and because I have really bad vision anyways. So to even see what I'm doing, I have to be sort of close. But it's still not far enough away, I think. I think it's bugging me, light-wise. It doesn't help, my whole apartment's dark now, right now, too. So the only light is bright blue light from the TV. We're getting some good snipes off today. I just want to get this stuff and go collect the rest of the stuff we learned. But then I see more skellies and I'm tempted because I need more bones. And then I see zombies and I'm tempted because I need more rotten flesh. Never-ending temptations. And then all the stuff that I got's gonna despawn by the time I get around to it. Let's try to carry this around while we're collecting stuff if we don't need to have our bow or our sword out. Although we're low on levels, so we might want to just collect levels for these tonight, and then we can use levels from the trading with the villager to get our levels back on the shovel. Let's pick this stuff up before it despawns. I keep getting distracted. We're slowly but surely getting more bones back. We've got a skelly stalking us over here. Back to arrows. It's hard to tell what mobs are in clusters and what ones aren't when you're just shooting. Actually, I'm not gonna kill that spider. I don't want to go all the way over there to collect his stuff. Good shots. Slowly landing shots more. It keeps glitching the bow out whenever it tries to mend it using the XP on the ground. So it'll stop my aiming. That wandering trader's still around here. I saw his little potion effects. And we ran out of space. Let's drop a bow for now. Creeper. Let's pick up all this stuff as best we can with the little inventory space we have. Let's actually shoot all of these skellies, because there's like 5 of them in a little group here, before they start burning and running for cover. Trying to balance between using the shovel and just collecting the XP. It's a little hard to do. Let's toss this stuff. Okay, and then let's pick up the last of this stuff and kill off a few mobs on the way. We need the last of this XP and random items on the ground to be out of here. I think we mostly got it. I think we picked up a couple things we need to toss into the abyss, and then we can go put stuff away and get back to our terraforming. Never-ending cycle for the moment being. Just back to terraforming, back to fighting mobs, back to terraforming, back to fighting mobs. Not much in between. Because we have a bunch of terraforming to do, and mobs are very tempting, because we need the supplies. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. I do have to make a good bow again, because I have to get one with infinity, since I have infinity on a bow kicking around. And this one won't let me put infinity on it because of the order of the things that ended up on it. Since it already had mending on it, it wouldn't let me put infinity on. But because we have such an easy supply of arrows, I'm not that worried about it. I'm not big rush to do it. And to put stuff away and go back to our terraforming project, hopefully. Slowly getting through our supply of arrows. It takes so long just to like finish putting stuff away that we take up so much of the day. But we're getting progress on it little by little. Excuse me. I don't know how long I'll be streaming, and I don't know how long he'll be gone. So it's kind of a big if right now on like everything. I do have to turn on the light above my head instead of having it dark in here, and I do also have to go put my blue light glasses on to see if those help my headache a bit. I haven't worn them yet. They're supposed to be really comfy, the ones that I got, but I don't know if they are. I'm not going to silk touch the coal, I'm just going to efficiency the fortune the coal, but the silk touch is good for the stone because it's good to get it for trading. Because the stonemason, oh of course I did. The stonemason did trade 20 stone for an emerald, so we can get quite a bit of stone and trade that off to him. It's still pretty crazy to me that we hit 30 followers. I really appreciate it. Like, I'm looking over at that garden while I'm doing this, and I'm like, that's there because we hit 30 followers. That's crazy. I can't believe that. I even was mentioning it to, like, my mom the other day when we were talking about, because she always asks about what's going on in my life and stuff like that, so I was mentioning it, and I was like, yeah, I've still been streaming on Twitch. I think I streamed, like, 40 hours this month or something. Or in the last 30 days or something like that, because I streamed a bunch extra. And she's like, oh yeah, I heard, she's like, I remember you mentioned it, like, I thought you were at, like, what, 12, like, subscribers or whatever, and I had to explain the follower versus subscriber thing for it, and I was like, no, I just hit 31, she's like, geez, that's quite a jump, I'm like, yeah, you're telling me. But she also does, I also haven't posted about my channel in a while on, like, public platforms like my Instagram and stuff, which probably would help, but it's weird because, for example, my Instagram, most of the people that follow me on it or interact with me on it are people that I know in real life. And I have no problem with people I know in real life being on my channel, but it's a little intensely personal at times. And a lot of them just aren't people that would be into streaming and into watching streamers and stuff. So I don't really promo it as much because, like, a lot of the people that follow me are just friends that I have from school and stuff, and people that I knew growing up and their or family members or things like that. I haven't promoted it at all on, like, my Facebook, because my Facebook is literally just people that I know in real life that are family members that really wouldn't understand a lot of what I talk about, or that I do in fact talk about on here. So it'd be a little fun to have that conversation. So I haven't gotten to that part of things. But there's a lot of interesting differences between, like, where I would advertise this versus where I have been advertising it. I was originally advertising it also on the Discord channel that I'm a part of, which is also a bunch of people I know in real life that I'm close with. But that was before it started getting more so about mental health and really intensely personal topics, so I haven't really done it in a while because A, the server's a bit dead, so most people don't really pay attention to them and notifications anyways, and B, it's just, like, a lot of those people really wouldn't know that part about me or want to know that part about someone. They're more so, like, Fortnite gamers and stuff. they're a lot of just superficial people, and not in a bad way. I love some of them. Some of them are I used to be really close with. A couple of my exes are in that server, but it's just, like, there's a different level of what I feel comfortable with people knowing about my channel. And I mean, it's public, so I have to get comfortable with it, but
baby steps for me, baby steps. Like, I need to take it a little at a time. We're gonna have to go trade most of this stone off before we go on to the next level of taking the stone out, because the villager will need time to reset before we can get more trades of it. I might take some of this diorite over here as well to bring over, because I think he trades for that as well, and it might help him reset a little faster to trade him some of that. And your puppy dog is so sleepy. She's fairly well behaved when it comes down to just one of us at a time, especially if it's out of routine. Oh, she just did a deep sigh, poor girl. Especially if it's out of routine, she's pretty good of like just kind of curling up and relaxing. But like the fact that he came home and then left, now she's just kind of like, okay, I guess I'll go to sleep. But depends on the day. Pretty much every time she's alone with just him, she's always just sleeping and relaxing. Probably partially because he usually won't play with her, so she knows she just kind of has to sleep, and probably partially because she just is comfortable with one person being home and knowing that's that, so. Let's just take all of this stone if we can before nighttime comes, and then we'll go trade it to the villagers. I am going to sleep through the next couple of nights instead of mob hunting, I think, even though I do need the XP, because I want to get this terraforming done. And mob hunting just delays it quite heavily. It'd be nice to have a beacon, but I haven't gotten many wither skulls yet. I have one that I did get, but I haven't gotten any others. I think I got one. I hope I still have it. It might have burned. I got it around the time that I died to lava. So I don't know. In the nether. So I don't know if it burned or if I had it. I don't remember enough. And we ran out of inventory space. Good thing we're gonna go trade this anyways. Let's go take some of this diorite. Pretty big patch of it, so we can take it little by little. Take about a stack for now and then see from there. Yep, we've got a stack. I think we have some extra cobblestone in our inventory that we can place down. Yeah, just one, but still. It means we have an extra stack of stone we can fit in our inventory. Let's go sleep, and then let's go trade. And hopefully the trades will repair this shovel a bit. I think we're pretty much done with the shovel part of it, but I still want it to not be that low when it's got mending. And there's no reason for it to be that low. That's fine. This is the stonemason right here. Make sure we pick that up. And he's out of the 20 trade already. Sad. No, he's already out of the stone trade. Hopefully, we can trade him some more once we come back from getting the rest of the terraforming done. I repaired the shovel a bit. We got 24 emeralds out of it. Let's go put the emeralds in the chest here, and then go try to keep getting some stuff done. I am on super duper rush mode of trying to get this done.
We can probably trade off some of that coal. Oh, no, I'll probably actually keep it. Because we are sort of low on coal. We have like 30 blocks. I'd like to have more than 30 blocks of coal at any given point in time. Even if we can't trade it all right now, I'm still going to silk touch it all as much as I can because of the fact that eventually we'll be able to trade it. It's another thing we can have like an everlasting supply of to slowly trade away to him, like the sticks for the Fletchers and that sort of thing. Speaking of which, I do need to actually keep feathers when I get them. I keep thinking of just getting rid of them, but I do need them because the trades for them from the Fletchers are pretty decent. I mean, it's like 20 something for an emerald, but it gets rid of the stacks on stacks of them that I have kicking around at times from how many chickens we kill. Let's get this out of here. And then all we have to do is fill this in with dirt. And then maybe we'll work on the other platform, I don't know. That's a big maybe. I'm just going to fill this in with stone since I have so much of it. I'm not really in the mood to have any copper, but I also don't want to silk touch it, so I guess I'll have to mine it with fortune. Yuck. It's luckily getting closer and closer to when Lou gets fixed. That's the one thing I'm looking forward to about December. Like, the only thing I'm looking forward to about December. I know it kind of sucks because, like, it's gonna put her in pain and stuff, but... And I don't like that part of it, but I like the fact that she's going to not be screaming around the entire house every month because she's in heat. And also, in theory, she won't pee in the house again. If we keep up with her litter box. Which is... for him a big if. Let's find some dirt to pick block. Just want to pick block dirt. I probably will take out most of this diorite in here too, so that we can use it for trades and have it for decorative blocks and stuff, and then I can just fill in the hole with stone because we have plenty of excess stone. I could fill it in with dirt too, but may as well just fill it in with stone since I have plenty of it on me already. I don't need the silk touch, so I'll just use my regular efficiency one. He's your puppy dog. Big sleepy puppy, huh? Not what I mean to do. Keep accidentally getting the stone with the pickaxe. Hey, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I'm just doing some random, kind of boring tasks at the moment to get some things done. I'm alright. We're hitting the almost 4-hour mark of streaming today, so my brain's fizzing out a little bit. A little less interesting than normal, but We're trying to terraform and then I get distracted with things. Yeah, this is the longest stream I've done in a minute. It was going to only be my usual 2-hour stream, but then my partner ended up leaving to go do other things for the night, so I'm home alone with nothing to do, so I'm like, I'll just keep playing Minecraft, why not? We're trying to terraform, but then I got distracted taking all this diorite out to use for other projects, so I'm currently taking out a bunch of diorite that I really don't need to take out. This is what happened. Oh, puppy dog in the background. You got an itch, puppy dog? You good? This is what happens when we have a ADHD streamer. I just end up doing random things like this all the time. It's fantastic. Today was supposed to be decorating the house. What am I doing? Digging out diorite. How did I get here? I started terraforming and I started collecting diorite. Why? Nobody knows. This is a really massive area of diorite. I thought it wouldn't take this long to get it, but it just keeps going. I thought I'd maybe have like a stack or so. This is endless. We have this terraforming is because I have a little follower garden that I made to do a tribute to 30 followers and to eventually expand it every time, or like add to it of a tribute every time we get some more followers, like hit more milestones. And I'm going to make a book and quill and put all of my followers' names in it and have it on display in the little garden, and it's a really pretty little garden and I love it. And then eventually I'll add like animals named after you guys or different stuff with different milestones, because it adds a little spot of this world that I can use to dedicate specifically to Twitch and to followers. So that turned out pretty nice. And this terraforming is supposed to make it a little more visible, but then I ended up in this pit of mining diorite endlessly. So I'm gonna use a bunch of stone to fill it back in, I think, since I don't need as much stone as I have on me currently. It'd be a lot easier if I had a beacon, but I do not. But yeah, this is just a chill little corner of Twitch where we vibe and talk about random stuff, and I do random ADHD driven tasks and try to get a world that sort of looks okay. I'm on, what, 60 hours at least worth of playtime into this world, and I have not gotten a beacon, I have not made any mob grinders, I have not gone to the end, I am just vibing. This is just like completely a all over the place quest based world. I made an entire village from scratch, I made an entire giant house, and I made a bunch of terraforming improvements and a few different mob shacks and a bunch of stuff like that. But actual typical Minecraft achievements have not been done, because I prefer to do things a little bit all over the place. I think it's more fun this way, and also, in my opinion, or in my experience, whenever I get big things done, like going to the end, I tend to get really bored with the world, and I don't know what to do, even though I know there's a lot more to do afterwards. I just tend to have a hard time focusing on it, so I'm avoiding that boredom by A, streaming it, so I have an excuse to keep going back to the world and using it, and B, doing other things instead of just going straight to the end for the Ender Dragon immediately in iron armor. So now we have diamond armor, and we've got the means to get to the portal and everything, and eventually we will fill in the portal, but for now, we're just vibing with some fun little tasks and things. We're gonna have mobs drop in on us any second now, which is a little concerning. I do have to go get my blue light glasses when I go to sleep for the night. In Minecraft, I have to pause and go get my blue light glasses, because if I'm gonna keep streaming, I really need to filter out that blue light. It's giving me a massive headache. Although I'm sure it's not just that giving me a headache. My headache's definitely not being improved by being in front of a blue light screen for hours on end. Gotta love having chronic migraines. What's interesting, and the thing I keep seeing a lot, like on TikTok and things, because I'm in a lot of... I see a lot of disabled content on TikTok because I'm disabled, and it tends to pick up on the fact that I follow the similar content. And a lot of disabled people are pointing out the fact that a lot of other people that are disabled are so used to being in a constant state of pain level that it's kind of revolutionary to us to realize that being in pain in some form is not in fact a normal amount. Like a lot of us use the expression, oh, I'm in a normal amount of pain today, so I'm fine. And a lot of people are pointing out, either disabled or non-disabled, that a normal amount of pain for a typical person is supposed to be, in fact, no pain. And a lot of us are having to come to realization that, wait a minute, our pain levels are a little skewed, and we have to kind of address that. But at the same time, when you're chronically disabled, you can't really address pain levels the same way because you don't have a solution to said pain levels, so a lot of us don't see a point in discussing or looking for the pain level, the way to fix the pain levels, because we don't have any solution, so why bother paying attention to it? We just kind of muddle through the day. I love the spoon theory of disability when you're talking about what you have for spoons for the day. For anyone that's not familiar, the spoon theory talks about how much energy you have basically for a task in a day. In the theory basically states that everyone starts out with a amount of spoons, and doing tasks and dealing with health issues and all that takes up your spoons until you eventually run out of spoons. And it's a really common expression for disabled people to say that they have no spoons or low spoons for the day when they're having struggles functioning, because it's saying, hey, I don't have the energy and ability left to be able to do this task or whatever I need to do. And it explains that for disabled people, usually simple tasks that take a lot less spoons for people that aren't disabled take a lot more spoons for us. And then it explains also that a lot of things that a lot of people that don't have any disabilities wouldn't think of as taking up any energy take up spoons for us, and that sort of thing. Like, for example, being an autistic person, something that takes up spoons for me, quite a few spoons for me, but may not take up very many, if any, for anyone else, or energy, or spoons, anyways, takes up quite a lot of energy for me that wouldn't take up that much energy for anyone else, is like washing dishes or dealing with laundry or things like that, because the textures drive me into an almost meltdown state most of the time, and also if they don't drive me into a meltdown state, they're just quite overwhelming. So all of the textures and difference in sound or texture for different chores that are pretty mundane and easy for most people aren't as easy for me, so they take up a lot of my energy and take up a lot of my ability to do other tasks for the day. And a lot of times it ends up coming down to a choice of what task to be able to do because of how little spoons you have. So if I have very, very low spoons for the day, I kind of have to choose between either taking basic care of myself or doing the chores that I'm supposed to do for the house for the day, or something like that. And it explains that pretty well, and I quite like the theory. I quite like the way that it's worded. But, for example, today, streaming for 4 hours takes a lot less spoons than trying to read a book for 4 hours, or go out somewhere, or play with the dog all day, or things like that, so. Which is why I end up streaming quite often, because it takes a lot less of my energy, especially on the days that I get to stream without a mic going, which is why I do some streams with no mic, because I like to stream, I just don't like always having to talk. So especially on days where I don't have to have my mic going, it definitely is a lot easier and takes a lot less of my energy to do this than other things. And it lets me feel a little bit of accomplishment in using so little of spoons, because the equivalent of the energy I use on streaming is maybe getting one work thing done of my actual work schedule, or maybe getting like
one book read, or playing with the dog for an hour, or giving the dog a bath, or in most cases taking a shower and taking care of myself. So to be able to do something that has that equivalent but has a lot more ability of actually making an impact on my productivity is really nice. Because it's a lot more productive for me to stream for 4 hours than it is for me to just take a stupid shower. Not saying that I don't shower, but I already showered the other day. But for me, it's a lot more productive to be able to stream than it is to do some of the things that would take a similar amount of energy out of me. Which is why I quite like it. It's nice to be able to have a resource where I can have energy spent in a way that isn't going to exhaust me, but also isn't going to be absolutely useless. Because for the most part, even though most of those other examples I gave take similar energy, if I have very little energy to begin with, I am most likely either going to only stream or just sit on my phone all day, because I don't have the functioning ability to want to do anything else of the things that I mentioned that would take similar spoons. So it also depends on my motivation and on factors like brain fog and motivation and what's the other word I'm thinking of? And whether or not I have any can't remember the word I'm thinking of. Gotta love that. Anyways. Oh, and whether or not I have any executive dysfunction for the day or not, too. My functioning abilities are also different each day. But yeah, small ramble for no reason at all. I just like that theory quite a lot. It's another theory that relates a lot to my idea of psychology and disabilities that I quite like to learn about. I also actually really love the concept of things like TikTok in the media right now. As much as it's quite exhausting to be on sometimes, I really do love learning so much about disabilities that I haven't been able to learn about before. Actually, one of the biggest things that's helped me be able to discover a lot of ways to self-soothe myself and work through a lot of my autistic traits is through a lot of other autistic creators on TikTok that have a lot of really good ideas about it. And similar things like that. Let's fill this in. I don't know why this is like a random pit. Alright. Same thing with my borderline personality disorder as well. A lot of the things that help, a lot of the things that I experienced that I thought were really strange and didn't make sense to my attributes of the disorder also tie into a lot of other people's experience on TikTok and on media, because people are able to share their experiences much easier with platforms like TikTok and Instagram and not Facebook and YouTube, and you're able to learn a lot of really intense, really interesting things about other people and about other people that are experiencing the similar things to you, because I really wouldn't know anyone that had similar disabilities to me or even similar identity to me or things like that in my local world, because I live in a small town in a state that's quite conservative. So seeing other people that are disabled, seeing other people that are LGBT, seeing other people that are non-binary, it's not that common of occurrence. It does happen, but it's not nearly as common as like being able to select a niche little corner of the internet and learn about other people and see other people that experience similar things and feel a little less alone. I mean, it also is like, it's a blessing and a curse, because I like learning about things on TikTok, but then I also end up listening to trending audios way too much because they keep popping up on my For You page over and over again, and then I get echolalia stims where I just mimic audios constantly really loudly, and it's so awful because I just like will not stop. Like there was this one
there was this one audio that was going around Halloween that was like, I'm the boogeyman, ooga booga, and I literally could not stop saying that audio for weeks. Constantly. I still do once in a while, and because I brought it up, I'm still going to all night tonight now. And it's literally like the most dumb and pointless audio, but it scratches an itch in my brain, and my brain gets focused on it, and it becomes a stim for ages. Me and my partner both have stims that focus around sounds. He has more so physical stims than sound-based stims, but like he'll usually mimic a lot of my stims if I am doing vocal stims. So when I make random noises, like one of my biggest stims I used to do, and I still do sometimes, but I can't because we have thin walls now, is just like screaming or making T-Rex noises quite loud. Because I have the urge to just yell, like I need to use my vocal cords, I need to feel my vocal cords be used. And just doing like quiet audio repetition and things doesn't actually do the same stimulation as actually yelling or making like my little T-Rex screeches and stuff like that. So I used to do them a lot. Especially because it was fun, because in my household at my mom's, where I was living, we had 2 other autistic kids and my mom, and so whenever I did my like T-Rex screeches and stuff that were my form of stimming, usually I would get them mimicked back at me, because my brothers would either stim as well using it or just mock me to just like mimic me to do it, or my mom would like use it as a form of communicating with us if she felt like it, like I was trying to communicate. Like I would just like squawk in a general direction of my mother downstairs, and then I'd hear her squawk back and that sort of thing. It was just, we're a neurodivergent household, that is how we like bond, and that's how we communicate throughout the day. And I loved it so much because that's how we usually, like, I felt like I had a connection with other people even when we were all in our rooms and doing random things. So I don't do it nearly as much now, sadly, even though I feel the urge to all the time, because we have really thin walls and I'm usually alone, so me just squawking would just pretty much startle the dog and probably confuse our neighbors. But he has a habit of mimicking my stims a lot of times, which is where I started on this topic. So, like, a lot of our inside jokes or whatever, or like our stims will be continuing TikTok audios or Musical.ly audios or stuff like that. So like one of the ones we always do all the time is I always say no in a specific way. That's like this audio that was like, get out of my sandwich. So like usually I'll say no in that specific like accent that is from that audio, and then he has to say get out of my sandwich, and then we keep going back and forth like that. Or if he's doing something I don't particularly like, or I just feel like being obstinate, I'll just say like, get out of my sandwich. And it's just, yeah, there's a lot of like little audios that I use as stimming and as communicating with other people. So it's fun. I definitely miss being back in my mom's household, honestly. There's so many places, there's so many like pieces of it that I didn't like, but there's so many things that I miss, because I miss being around my brothers, because it was so fun being around 2 other autistic people all the time. In like the worst and best way possible. It was so amazing to just be around other autistic kids the whole time. Me and my brothers got along like amazingly because of that. Granted, we also argued a lot because we're siblings, but one of the biggest ways we got along was because of the fact that all 3 of us were autistic and stimmed or existed in the same way. And I miss seeing them grow up. Like, my brothers are getting older, and I don't get to see them actually grow up the way that I did back when I was living with my mom all the time. And it's kind of upsetting, because like I see them and I'm like, oh, you grew up so much. And I mean, my middle brother used to always go to the gym with me and help me figure out how to exercise and stuff like that, because he's really hyperfixated on exercise and fitness, nutrition and stuff like that. So he's learning a lot about that, so him and I would go back and forth about learning about that and sharing information with each other about it and stuff like that. And he used to always be around whenever I wanted to do runs or walks or things, and me and my brothers used to always go on walks together and all that sort of stuff. And it's so bitter to just sadly watch that change. I'd say bittersweet, but it's genuinely just bitter. Like, there's no sweet part of it. It's just kind of sad to watch it all change. I know everything has to change, but like, now I'm 20 and my brother's just turned 16 and 14, and it's crazy because I don't get to talk to them anymore, really. Like, we don't have any common games we can play to share time. We don't have
many ways to really interact with each other that work for everyone. I'm gonna kill these skellies because there's a lot of them and I need bones. They just died off of thorns. Ow! This is really annoying. Why will they not stop? Stop! My armor's gonna take up most of the XP because it needs to repair itself. I'm gonna have to just come back and pick up all this stuff after I put some stuff away in the chest and sleep through the night. But I want to at least kill off skellies in the immediate vicinity and then come get their bones and arrows and stuff after. Because these should despawn in the time it takes me to go sleep, I think, or put stuff away. I actually can probably just run up in the chest system and put away some of this stone and then come back and go pick that stuff up. It's crazy too, because like right after I moved out is when my brothers actually started having like a sense of fashion and like a sense of themselves and being able to express themselves and like get haircuts that they wanted and actually get decent clothes that aren't just sweatpants and random stuff and that sort of thing, because they're getting older to the point where they want to have that sort of self-expression of having those sort of things versus just kind of existing like they always did before. So I see them now and it's like they grew up so much just because of the fact that they're like actually dressing like humans. And like my middle brother that's gotten really into fitness has lost a lot of weight because all of us were fairly overweight, and he's been working on muscle building and stuff, so he lost a lot of weight because he focuses a lot on muscle and on bodybuilding type of stuff, which makes fat recomposition really easy to do. And he's been really good about like eating better and all that sort of stuff, so I don't know, I'm just really proud of them, but I don't get to see them much. Granted, it would be utter chaos to live in my mom's right now because there are a lot of pets and my brothers are dealing with a lot and everyone's like working from home or learning from home, like school and work and all that. My mom works from home, my brothers are all homeschooled. It's like everyone's always in the same house at all times. It gets quite exhausting, but you always want what you don't have, so it's always kind of me being like, I miss it. I didn't miss it when I was there, but I miss it. I also just don't want to live on my own. Like, if anything ever happens to my relationship and stuff, I just genuinely don't want to have to live on my own. I know I really should, because I really need to learn that form of independence. Oh, come on. I really need to learn that form of independence and that ability to be on my own, but I really don't want to so badly. I just want to not have to. Everything's way too expensive. I hate the concept of having to live on my own, because that means I would have to figure out so many factors that seem so impossible to figure out in my brain right now. Like making money enough to afford a place and afford the dog and afford all this and finding a way to keep the dog occupied and everything. It's just too much. Because you know damn well if anything happened like in my situation and I was on my own, I would have to have 3 pets with me, because there's no way that he would be able to take care of any of them. And it's like, yeah, let me try to take care of 3 animals and pay for an entire place on my own while I'm disabled on my— that sounds like a fantastic idea, not. I said I wouldn't hunt mobs more, and now I'm hunting mobs more. We know this is what happens. Bones.
desperately need those. I desperately need those glasses on. My head hurts so bad. Ow. There's so many things just sitting on the ground that I can't pick up because I have a full inventory. I got back to level 40 though. Hi Lulu, what you doing, kitty? I'm gonna get up in a second. You don't want to get too comfy, okay, honey? I know, you just want snuggles. If anybody wants a lovely scare for how horrible the economy has turned in the U.S., you can always look into the median minimum wage needed to afford a place to live in your state versus what your state's actual minimum wage is. It's really awful to watch. Genuinely. I'll have to look it up on my phone. I have it somewhere in my phone for New Hampshire, and which is the state I live in, and it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure it's at least $3, if not double, more than what our minimum wage is, because of course New Hampshire also doesn't have a set minimum wage, so technically the state's minimum wage is still $7.25. Which is what the country's minimum wage is still set at, even though all of the surrounding states around us have much better minimum wages. New Hampshire just hasn't bothered with it. It's the whole concept of so New Hampshire is weird with their laws. My state is weird with their laws because the whole concept of our state is live free or die, so like, ooh, lag. So like being able to, the whole concept of the state is live free or die, so that like being able to determine your own life and not have a government tell you what to do or how to live your life, which is all fine and dandy, except for the fact that it means that our government stays very uninvolved in a lot of things that they should be involved in, and then gets overly involved in things they don't need to be involved in, because there's no real regulation of like what they should or shouldn't be involved in, because it's like the whole like live free or die concept, and some people think that means absolutely no involvement. Some people think that means like they should at least involve themselves in certain things, and it's this whole like nuance mess that makes a whole chaotic creation of a freaking government that doesn't know what it's even doing, because there's so many contradictions with it. Like, do you do this? Do you not do this? Do you do this? Do you do this? It's just, it's too much. There's too much of argument about it for it to actually have any standing. So it becomes this weird standstill, and then things that are important, like minimum wage, don't get reformed or dealt with, and then things that are practically useless get reformed or dealt with because they decide to stick their noses into things. Like the fact that it's supposed to be a live free or die state, but they're trying to make the whole abortion restrictions like every other state is trying to do. And it's like, that's not exactly live free or die of you, but alright. You don't know what you're doing there. But it also was at one point illegal to live off-grid here, so I mean, there's not very much sense in the whole live free or die concept and its actual execution. And the whole idea of live free or die doesn't make much sense anyways, because there's so much that has changed Like, so if you're saying that people should have the right to live freely in this state, then does that give them the right to like abuse others or murder people, or like there's so many bad people that would use it to do really awful things because you're supposed to live free or die, and then there's like people that like just want to peacefully exist and be crazy backwater hillbillies and just not deal with government, and that's fine too. And it's like, where do you draw the line? Where is the actual statement in it all? But yeah, our minimum wage is atrocious because of all that mess. And they still haven't said anything about actually changing it, ever. All the states around us have. I'm pretty sure all the states in our immediate vicinity are at least $10 an hour minimum wage. At least. I think Vermont's like 12. I think Massachusetts is 13 or so last I knew. I think Maine is 10 or 9. I don't remember it all. I did pretty extensive research on it at one point out of curiosity, because I wanted to move states and I wanted to know what states had what for minimum wages. Nixie, leave her alone. Hey. No. Puppy. Come here. Come here. Come here, booga. Leave her alone. No kitty cat. Nixie, no kitty cat. I do have to go to the bathroom and go get my glasses, so I'm going to go over here and I'm going to sit in front of the BRB sign, even though I'm not bringing the dog out, so that if anyone joins, they know that I'll be right back. Instead of just being like, oh, it's a standing still silent stream. What the hell? Granted, I don't mind if people are just like, oh, what the hell, and leave, but that way there's an explanation. Nixie, leave her alone. I might have to try to play with the dog a little too while I'm up, because she seems to be hitting her small bit of energy since she's trying to currently maul the cat. The cat's fighting back, but she's not very well listening. Alright, I will be right back, guys. Thank you for joining. I will be back in a few minutes. Alright. I had to message my parents for a couple things, and then I had to bring the dog out, and I had to go to the bathroom, and I had to dig out my blue light glasses because I didn't know where they went. Since I haven't used them since I purchased them, they've been buried in my closet in the hallway that I keep all my like bathroom stuff in. So I didn't know where they were at all, and that was a expedition trying to find them. But we found them. They're a little disorienting because I haven't worn them at all, and even though they are the right prescription, it's always a little wonky to put new glasses on for the first time, even when you know they're the right script and everything. So it feels a little weird. I'm gonna pause the terraforming to go collect some garden stuff and to trade with the villagers some, because I need some of the XP to repair some of our tools. I'm fine with the 12 trade. Do some 10 and some 10 to get him to reset the other trade easier. I'm fine with 35 sticks for that trade. Trade a few berries to him to get him to reset easier. I already traded with him, I need him. We'll trade with the stonemason some. Oh, he won't trade. Never mind. Sad. Alright. Go harvest the farms. We need one of those cats. We don't have one of those style cats. I want to get one of all the types of cats, I think. Because there's plenty of mythological names we can think of that would fit them. I still haven't finished naming and putting the right colors on all these guys, though. He won't accept any of this right now. He will accept more stone if I go get it, but I don't want to go get it right now. 10 more blocks of emerald. Let's grab our fortune hoe and hoe this stuff. I keep saying I might. I might get off soon, as much as I don't quite want to, because I do kind of want to just put Supernatural on and not have to keep talking. My head hurts pretty bad, and I want to just focus on things without having to bother. But what I can probably do is actually just turn mic off for the rest of the stream, and then I can just open the stream manager if I need to talk with anyone that comes in. That way I have a long stream, but I don't have to keep talking. That's probably what I'll do. I'll probably change the stream info to no mic. Let's edit the stream info. Let's do, let's change it to no mic. And then let me change, okay, so thank you guys for joining, since I won't be able to turn mic back on until a little later once I have more time to talk. I'm writing it in the chat as well. I'm going to change the setting itself instead of just muting the mic, because I think just muting the mic puts some feedback. I'll test it. I'll test it with both ways just to see which way will work. If I can just flip the mic up, then I'll just talk whenever I have the thought processes to, or whenever I can, and then I'll leave it muted, because it does in fact flip up to mute, but I don't know if it leaves a weird feedback or if it I don't know. I guess for now I'm fine with the mic on. I just want to watch Supernatural. I just want my show. That's all I want. And I can't watch it while streaming because I think it's copyright stricken in many places. And I don't want to get a copyright strike on my... Oh no! I thought I was going to break one of those. I don't want to get a copyright strike on my channel. Because then it'll just mute the audio completely without even bothering. Because that's what happened when I played a copyrighted audio on accident in one of the no mic streams, because it played one of the newer Minecraft musics, which is of course copyright stricken, which is really annoying, by the way. And so what it did was mute the entirety of the stream through the Twitch VOD itself, because it had that one copyright strike of that music section. So I had absolutely no audio for it for both the VOD on Twitch. Oh no. Really? Was that really necessary? Was that really necessary? Come on. Everything is going messy. What the heck? Everything went wrong at once. I don't think it took out any torches though. I think it just flowed out. I think we're fine. So I had no audio for it, for the VOD and for the VOD upload, because it straight up just muted the entirety of the stream instead of muting the copyrighted piece. Because what YouTube does is just mute the section that's copyrighted. When it comes to me uploading VODs that have a little bit of copyright in them. Because there was one before it that did have a tiny bit of that song on it, but Twitch didn't pick up on it. YouTube did, because it was a mic one, so Twitch didn't pick up on it because the microphone audio was going, and YouTube picked up on it because it was in the background noise. So it muted that segment, and I was like, okay, whatever, that's fine. At least it just muted a segment, and it wasn't like a copyright strike that would get me in trouble or anything, so I just let it mute that segment, and then that's fine. But I don't know. That's why the music is actually turned off when we play now, because A, it gets a little distracting and loud, and B, it's evidently causing me to have copyright strike issues on my YouTube and on Twitch, so I didn't want to risk it. I'd rather just not have it than try to finick around with it and make it not be the copyrighted one. Like, who the heck puts a copyrighted song in the middle of the Minecraft music that hasn't been copyrighted for ages? That's so frustrating. But they don't care. Same thing with like Nintendo and stuff. They don't care about copywriting freaking streamers and people trying to make content because it makes them money. Granted, the copyright for that audio was just like a lo-fi copyright, so it didn't actually, it just was like, oh, this belongs to this lo-fi artist and they're fine with you using it, so they won't do anything. You just are notified that it in fact was copyrighted. But I don't know. Going on tangents again. My head hurts so bad. I really just want to switch to no mic. I might just switch to no mic until we get to a part where I really need microphone on, and just turn on some show in the background so I can watch my show. Let me test and see what it does when I flip up the mic, so that I can see if it mutes it enough that I can just flip up the mic for a while and not have to go into my stream settings and change it. Because if I can just flip up the mic, I'm fine with going no mic for a while, because then I can turn it back on before I get off, or later on if my head starts feeling better and I'm still streaming. So I need to harvest these, but I'm not gonna right now. Let me just stand here and let me find my stream playback. I'm going to mute my mic. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't leave bad enough silence or feedback that I'm going to bother actually muting it in settings. I'm probably just going to flip up my mic whenever I need a while to be quiet. Otherwise I'll probably just stay silent with mic down, honestly. I don't know, I really want Supernatural on, but I really don't want to deal with putting my mic muted and everything. I need some dirt to fill in that area. I was gonna switch to no mic, but I don't know. I already switched like the information and everything to no mic, so I really should, but I'm like debating it instead of just doing it. Frustrating. I guess I'll change the stream info back to without the no mic part of it, because I'm still kind of vibing with microphone for a bit. I am indecisive, as you guys are noticing. Honestly, screw it. I want to watch Supernatural. I have streamed with microphone on for over 4 hours. So I'm just going to do my outro now, and when I am done with streaming, I will get off. But for now, I am glad to each and every one of you that decided to spend some time with me today. Thank you for tuning into this stream for however long you may have. If you do join in after I have my mic off, or if you stay after I have my mic off, you are always welcome to. You're welcome to talk and chat, and I will try to keep an eye on chat to message back through chat, or to unmute my mic to answer. So for now, I am going to relax a little while I play and just listen to some Supernatural, because I want to listen to my show. So thank you guys for tuning in. If you want to leave, you're welcome to leave. If you want to stick around, you're welcome to stick around. And if I don't unmute my mic before I leave, I hope you have an amazing rest of your day and a great weekend, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you either at the end of the stream or the next stream as far as my mic goes. Bye. Hey, welcome to the stream. I am currently muted because I am watching a show in the background while I play, since I hit my limit of being able to think of things to talk about after about like 4.5 hours. This is not a realm, it is a single player world. I would be able to have multiplayer if I had PlayStation Plus, but I do not have that. It is really expensive, so yeah, it's just a single player world. I can't play with anyone else, sadly. But I am just vibing, doing some random projects on it, and you're welcome to stay or leave, either one. And yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. In other news since I'm already unmuted, in other news, I did take the dog out while I was off, and she did much better. So we have, our neighbor on one side of our apartment is an older man that needs a, one of those electric wheelchair things to be able to get around when he's outside. He uses a walker most of the other time. He's super nice, and he doesn't mind dogs, so he doesn't mind her barking, but she has a problem of barking at him because of the noise and because of the wheelchair making her startled. So I went out there, and he had just gotten home, so he was just getting out of his wheelchair, and I was actually quite concerned she was going to not stop barking, because that's one of the biggest reasons that we've been doing our nightly walks, is trying to get her to have more trust in me, so that if I tell her it's okay, you're fine, she knows it's alright and she can relax, because she has that lack of trust from having really high anxiety. So, interestingly, when we were out there, of course she did bark. She's going to bark. That's her first instinct with everything. But I talked her down from it pretty well, which is one of the first times I've been able to talk her down from barking when it's late at night and dark out, and she's barking at something she consistently gets spooked by, like the wheelchair. And then she did pretty good. She just played for a while, and she relaxed, and then she came inside, and now she's inside. She had like a whole bowl of her food for dinner, so I'm surprised she's still pretty sleepy, but she's still mostly sleepy. She just keeps picking up her toys once in a while and chewing on them. But anyways, hopefully I'm about to finish this terraforming so I can move on to another project, probably trade with the villagers in between. Yeah. I've been watching Supernatural. I'm on what season am I on? I'm on season 10, and I started this like a month ago or so, not even. Sometime this month or last month. Season 10, episode 11 right now. And I adore this whole section of the show a lot more than anything else. It's very interesting. I mean, I like the whole show itself. It's one of my biggest comfort shows. And I was just pretty tired and have a headache from everything today, so I was like, we're gonna keep streaming, but we're just gonna stay muted and watch some Supernatural in the background. And it helps keep the dog a little calmer, since it's getting on quite a while since Devin left and she doesn't know what to do. I was also trying to plan a bunch of things with my freaking dad and with Devin, because he's still working on his truck last I knew, so he won't be back for quite a while, because he was going to hang out there after he finished his truck. And he still hasn't finished his truck, so I imagine it'll be a while. Oh jeez. So, yeah, he was still working on his truck, but I was trying to get a hold of my dad, because if we're going to the junkyard for some stuff tomorrow, I was going to bring my dad along. He likes to go to the junkyard, and usually he's a little better at navigating it than I am. But now I'm trying to figure out how we're going to have the dog be supervised or in a place where she's safe and comfortable while we're at the junkyard, because she won't be comfortable or particularly safe just being in the truck alone, since she's not very good at staying quiet and still when she's alone in the vehicle, and I don't want to leave her alone in the vehicle while we go look at things in the junkyard. So now I'm trying to plan that with my dad and with Devin, even though he's not answering me. So that's fantastic. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to muting, back to my episode. Season 10, episode 11. If anyone knows anything that happens in that, this, without being huge spoiler, this is the era of the season where, they just saw Charlie again for the first time in a while. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to muted. Thank you guys for joining. You're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to leave. I don't mind either way. I understand not wanting to stick around too much for just the Minecraft audio. I hope everyone's having a good day, and yeah, I'll be back on mic in a little while. Alrighty, so I have hit the limit for today's stream. My head still hurts quite bad, and he's going to be heading home soon, so I'm probably gonna go get some cleaning done or something, or do something, I don't know. And I gotta plan the weekend, so thank you guys so much for tuning in, everybody that tuned in today. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and a great weekend, and I will see you again soon. If I'm not on this weekend, I'll be on Monday. Thank you so much, and take care of yourselves over the weekend, please. Bye, guys.